I'm going to start with the karakia. Whakatakatahau ki te uru, whakatakatahau ki te tonga. Kia mākina kina ki uta, kia mātaratara ki tai. Ehi ake ana te atakura. E teo, e hoka, e hauhu, ti hei Māori ora. Thank you all. And now I'd like to welcome and invite Paddy Payne from the Baha'i Faith, who is going to bless this meeting. Paddy, welcome. It's good to have you here.
Thank you very much, and Morena to all of you. This is a short prayer from the Baha'i writings. O my God, unite the hearts of thy servants and reveal to them thy great purpose. May they follow thy commandments and abide in thy law. Help them, O God, in their endeavour and grant them strength to serve thee. O God, leave them not to themselves, but guide their steps by the light of thy knowledge and cheer their hearts by thy love. Verily, thou art their helper and their Lord. And I wish you well for your meeting today and every day.
Thank you very much, Paddy. We really appreciate that. And we hope that when we have the next council meeting, that the representatives of the Interfaith Council will be able to be here in person. And we all will be able to be here in person.
Cool.
So thank you. And have a great day.
Thanks.
Councillors, I'm going to move on to apologies. The only apologies I have are from Councillor Day and Councillor Fitzsimons, who may both be able to be here for the whole time, but they may not. It will depend on other things that are going on and whether the technology works in the locations that they happen to be in. So I'm going to move apologies for potential intermittent attendance from Councillors Fitzsimons and Day, seconded by, I can see Councillor Condi there. Cool, thank you. I'll put that. Everybody can vote, please.
Waiting on a vote from Deputy Mayor Free.
Sarah. Deputy Mayor.
I think she's on the phone.
She's good. Obviously distracted herself. Hayley, can you get hold of her just to do that, or do you want to just take it at the we will circle back? I'm sure she will approve those. I don't want to hold the meeting up.
We'll take that. So that's 13 votes in favour.
Thank you very much. Okay, announcements by the Mayor. Councillors, as I said, what I wanted to do was to talk to you briefly about the reactivation of our central city. And I want to do that because a number of people have recently observed how quiet Central City is and asked what is being done to reactivate it. Not just by us, but by other parties as well. Councillors, I believe that they've been ignoring COVID. They've ignored the rules that have prevented or limited many activities. And they've also ignored the chilling effect of fear of COVID on some of our community, but by no stretch all. I think people have taken different approaches to how they respond, particularly in the last little while. I think they've also appeared to suggest that council could somehow stand against the pandemic wave like Canute against the tide. The data clearly shows that office-based downtown Wellington and Auckland and tourism-based dependent locations such as Queenstown, West Coast, Mackenzie have felt the pandemic's impact most heavily. However, I believe that this worst of times is passing, and I think it is passing fast. We're seeing the opening up, the relaxing of regulations, and I think that is great. As it does, councillors, I think we have been very focused on what we need to do to reactivate our central city. It's a central city that is worth reactivating, it is worth fighting for, and it is worth re-energising. My observation is that people are starting to come back into the city. My observation is that the mood is lightening, and people are starting to come together more. It was absolutely wonderful yesterday morning to see so many people gathering together at the opening of Transmission Gully. And I tell you, there is no substitute, Zoom is no substitute for that, people being able to come together, meet in person, welcome each other, greet each other, and that's really neat. I want to take the opportunity to remind people of what our council is doing, and I want to place on record my thanks to all of you councillors and also to our officers who work very, very hard to achieve all of these things. As you know, Council's pandemic response package, and I believe that's the only one in the country, was developed with our business community and passed through Council on the 24th of February. Woe to go, concept to completion, 13 days. That is fast in anybody's language, and in terms of local government or central government, that is a really quick response. As you know, we've got rid of a range of fees for the hospitality sector who have been suffering particularly badly, including food and alcohol licensing charges, and pavement dining licensing. They've been wiped for a year. We've reduced parking fees at the weekends and in evenings until June.
I'm in a panic because I can't get any sound.
And given people longer to enjoy the city at those times. We've also established a fund to support businesses affected by the combination of COVID restrictions and the parliamentary protest. And we did seek more funding support from government. They gave us a little bit, but it would have been nice to have more. We, the Council and Wellington NZ, are working with businesses, arts and events to reactivate our city through what will be a fantastic series of events right through the rest of the year and into 2023. And I think the stadium's already announced what will be its biggest concert season over the coming summer. And we're working with public and private sector leaders to encourage people to return to the central city. Our job, councillors and management, will be to do all that we can to make this something that people choose to do. They want to do because they really want to enjoy all that our city has to offer and the joy of meeting again in person with colleagues and friends. Look, I know that many of us miss the face-to-face meetings with real people, not Zoom people. Sometimes it's hard to remember whether you've seen someone on Zoom or whether you've seen them in person, but it's great to see people in person. And all those casual meetings that happen in the street or around the office water cooler. And finally, I just wanted to remind people too of the huge we're making in Wellington's longer-term future. We're obviously investing heavily in infrastructure in a challenging environment. That's both underground infrastructure and the work that's being done with Let's Get Wellington Moving, and it will get moving. The work that's being done on the Town Hall, Takina, St James Theatre, which we look forward to the opening of in just over a month's time, and the city's largest ever reservoir at Omaroro. And we also look forward to sharing soon the plans for Tamatapihi, our new central library, our renewed central library, I should say. And you can all see the extensive private sector developments going on, all the building sites around the city. If cranes are a reflection of a healthy city, actually there's good things coming. And then there's our Pōneke Promise partnership, where we're working with a whole lot of different organisations to make our entertainment district look safer, feel safer, and be safer. And the final thing I wanted to remind you of, all councillors, and to encourage you to promote, is the consultation that's now underway on our economic wellbeing strategy. I think it's full of exciting opportunities for growth and employment, and I really want to encourage everybody to read it, think about it, and to provide feedback. Council, our city has been through a very tough time. There are some really challenging macroeconomic and global conditions and some serious challenges. But I think we can start to see now that the light is at the end of the tunnel and it's getting better and brighter every day. So I just want again to just place on record my thanks to all of you and to all of our staff for the work that they are doing in collaboration with our partners around the city. Yeah. That takes me to conflict of interest declarations. Are there any conflict of interest declarations? I see none. Confirmation of the minutes. We have 2 sets of minutes to confirm, which I'll be taken as read and confirmed as accurate records of those meetings. 24th of February and the 10th of March, which was our extraordinary meeting, which of course was to put in place one of those pandemic response packages. So I'm going to move that, seconded by, I can see Councillor Young up there in the top left. Any debate? I see a vote already going in, so please vote.
That's 14 votes in favour, carried unanimously.
Thank you, councillors. There are no items not on the agenda, so we now go to public participation, and I have 3 public participants, all talking about the government approval for streamlining the district plan process. We have Felicity Wong on behalf of Wellington's Character Charitable Trust, then Lynn Cadenhead, and then Tony Randall on behalf of the Johnsonville Community Association. So Felicity and Tony, you've got 10 minutes each. If you can leave time for questions, we appreciate that. And Lynn, likewise, 5 minutes. And if you can leave time for questions, we look forward to what you've got to say. And Heidi, if you can remind me maybe with a minute or so to go for all of them, that would be appreciated. Felicity, welcome.
Thank you, and welcome for that introduction. You know, it has been really difficult times, and I don't want to detract from what you're saying, because I think in many areas the council's doing excellent work. You know, there's one area that I do, forgive me, historic places are a great concern. So to look back a bit on the 18 months of the district plan process, I speak in opposition to the staff recommendation to fast track the entire 1,000 plus page Wellington district plan. For 18 months, Wellington's character has had the same concern about the destruction of Wellington's wooden historic inner suburbs. And in June 2020, a group of us wrote to you and the council about the spatial plan process on the eve of releasing the gentle density plan. And we did not want parts of the old heritage suburbs to lose the protection from willy-nilly demolition without good process. And we drew attention to Phil Twyford's lockdown NPSUD, where heritage was a qualifying matter. And we also suggested that you should look at the effects of COVID on growth and not throwing the baby of heritage out with the bathwater. Moana Maki emailed you all saying that we were wrong, don't listen to us. You proceeded to vote because you wanted it all done before the next local elections. And I want to say the theme here is that you've always run against the clock and for political reasons. I mean, all of the councillors, and I think that should stop. When the legal reality set in, you'll remember that there was 2 weeks of frantic planning activity, and the purple of 6 stories was spread throughout the heritage suburbs in consequence of the NPSUD. But there was no time to consider qualifying matters. There was no time for a new housing and business capacity assessment. And then in July, the absurd draft spatial plan was released. And the protection from demolition was stripped from 75% of the heritage suburbs, which themselves only make up 6% of Wellington's housing. Onslow's garden suburbs were planned on the absurd basis that the Johnsonville railway line is already rapid transit. And Councillor Fitzsimmons warned us that if we spoke up for heritage, there would be a political proxy campaign supporting housing. We did speak up, and there was unprecedented disharmony in the city, laying the blame for cold, damp, mouldy housing on selfish, rich, NIMBY homeowners. And that was a toxic narrative that we can do without. Thousands of Wellingtonians participated in the process of consultation, representing their legitimate concerns. And Liam Hodgetts and you, the Mayor, walked around neighbourhoods in a good faith effort, looking at facts and evidence for which we appreciated. And the recommendation as a result of that was half for housing and half for heritage. And we were assured that there'd be a good process for the Johnsonville line, considering whether it was already rapid transit. But in a divided city on the 24th of June last year, a small majority of councillors voted to strip protection from 75% of the heritage suburbs. And all that engagement was for nothing. Mr. Hodgetts' kind recommendation for neighbourhood planning was rejected. And the housing campaign spread to Auckland, and the effect of that was to blow up the unitary plan in effect. And it resulted in the MDRS legislation in December, for which you are straitjacketed in terms of having to fast track the intensification provisions of 3 stories everywhere in the Wellington region. So the ship sailed on that particular aspect. You have to do that under Section 80G, but it's a really significant change, the MDRS legislation, as you know. You spoke before the Select Committee with Councillor Matthews and was it Councillor Rush? Because it takes away the pressure from the heritage suburbs. But the underlying narrative has always been that our city is growing, and that's fake. We know that it's not growing. Stats New Zealand said it wasn't growing. And, that was a sort of an act of faith about John Key's, assessment of the city as dying. But go outside and look up. As you say, Mayor, you're not going to see a comet about to hit the earth, but you're going to see these monuments to a previous time, C and B grade office buildings that no longer have a commercial future unless ratepayers invest in transforming the city CBD into a livable residential area, and we provide 30-year rental guarantees subsidised by ratepayers, which I actually support. It's a good way of transforming our city. But you've got an administrative muddle, not created by the council, but by central government. I don't think that fast-tracking the whole plan is a good idea. It's not an open-ended legal ability because it's limited in scope in the detail of the RMA. That fast-track provision adopted under the John Key government has been used, of course, in the Bay of Plenty and Hastings and in Christchurch for very specific developments. I don't believe it's ever been used for a whole district plan. That's a next level proposal. It will add grievance upon grievance. And if you agree, the grievances felt by residents will expand even further. And that ship has not yet sailed. And you must reject fast-track planning where it's not needed and find creative solutions around the administrative and legal muddle that you find yourselves in. So that are my comments. Please don't vote for fast-tracking the entire 1,000+ pages of the Wellington District Plan. It's a draconian thing. It takes away valid civil rights, important rights that help residents to have their day in court. And by taking that away, we're not going to have a better city. Thank you.
Thank you, Felicity. We've got about 3 minutes left. Councillors, are there any questions of Felicity? Councillor Rush.
Yeah,
see Councillor O'Neill as well. Yeah, thank you.
Felicity. I have to say I took issue with a number of things you said along the way, but I won't go into it. But I'm just sort of a bit confused here because we voted for a particular framework in order to expedite, more housing, and the proposal today is to take part of that fell outside the new regime and sort of put it in the new regime. And so I don't understand why you seem to be relitigating a debate that we've already had, as opposed to advocating for the particular issue, which is some parts should stay reviewable by the Environment Court. Can you help me understand that? Have I got that wrong?
Yeah, I mean, I think you have, because I'm trying to show through historical analysis that in trying to solve one problem, you create another problem, and then you try to solve that problem through a political and legal means, and you create yet another one. So these problems have all kind of led into each other. I would say that the MDRS legislation last December kind of settles the ground. Anything to do with upzoning and housing intensification, it must be fast-tracked, finish. Now the council, I think, is muddying the waters by suggesting that everything else in the plan that doesn't relate to upzoning, potentially NSAs, potentially, I think Helen Ritchie's talked about, the status of Civic Square, the town belt, all sorts of other issues that don't relate to housing are now consequentially being suggested for fast tracking only because of the muddle created by trying to push through a whole district plan where it's an integrated plan, and it's very difficult legally to see the difference between what are the upzoning provisions and what are the not upzoning provisions. And maybe only a court can make that determination. Maybe it's an inevitable outcome of this situation.
Thanks, Felicity.
Thanks, Felicity.
Councillor O'Neill, if you can make reasonably quick to keep ourselves roughly to time.
Yeah, thank you, Felicity. My question is, so today we're looking at one process or two different processes. Following your concerns, you raised things like green spaces and other infrastructure you would like to see planned alongside density. How do you reconcile that green infrastructure and these other essential things that you've submitted on won't be able to be planned alongside intensity if we've got two different processes? Because that's kind of what's in my head at the moment about how we can do density well.
You're incorrect. Wellington's character has never submitted on green issues of green
Or
space.
say infrastructure. I know you've
people.
submitted on density done well. How do we reconcile that if those two things are separated? No?
Nope. I think you're
Okay.
confused with another organisation called Live Wellington, and they certainly have been promoting, it's a broad brush, non-political organisation, Live Wellington, which has made extensive submissions on that kind of thing. So perhaps, I don't know if they're on the speakers list, they're probably not, but maybe you should take that up with them.
Okay.
Thank you. Mayor, could I ask one more? Just to clarify?
No, look, our time is
That's
up.
all right.
Thank you, Ms. Renil. Felicity, thank you, and thank you for all of your advocacy. I know we've had lots of people advocating in different directions on these issues over the last couple of years, and we appreciate your contribution to the debate. Thank you. Lynn.
Hi.
Hi, Lynn. Nice to see you.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity. I'm speaking as an individual because EIG has not had time to properly discuss this. We've had some discussions, but we haven't had enough. I'm a registered landscape architect. I have been an expert witness in the Environment Court, and I've been involved in quite a few Environment Court cases. What I'm trying to explain is three things: Environment Court, split plans, timing, and an answer to one of the questions, and I've got 5 minutes. Consultation is an internal process. There's absolutely no obligation, and can't be, to change a document based on consultation. Half the people want one thing and the other half want the opposite. That's just a fact. The documents and outcomes should be improved by consultation process because you should learn more and get more information on things. The findings of an Environment Court are binding, and the court's role is to determine the legality and appropriateness of a document rule proposal. And it's really important, I think, that long-term documents like a district plan have that check and balance mechanism. It's very important. The Environment Court is definitely not just for the rich. For example, the Kindergarten Association in Nelson twice took Nelson City Council to court. Once over changes to gaming rules where they hadn't actually consulted on the fact that they could suddenly put a gaming institution beside a low decile kindergarten, and they won. And once because they wanted to put a Southern Link Road right through the middle of a smog-filled valley beside a kindergarten, a kaunihera, a play centre and 3 or 4 schools, and they won. So there's a really important check and balance, and it's other things I've been involved with is fish and game, and they're definitely not rich, trying to keep clean water and streams, forest and bird, Environmental Defence Society. They took the New Zealand aluminium smelter to court recently over the premix that was stored in Southland, which was an environmental disaster, and they won. Okay, so I think to be able to go to the Environment Court is important. Split plans. District plans are amended at times by all councils. It's a fact of life, you amend them. It's therefore normal to have some parts of a plan at different stages of the planning process. Not quite so muddly as what you're going to have here, but it is not abnormal and it's manageable. Once a plan or part of a plan has been notified, it has some weight. And that's to stop cowboys doing things in that intervening time when it doesn't have full weight. So an obvious easy one is if there's a list of trees to be protected and the neighbour doesn't want one of those trees protected, they might try to get it removed before the plan's in full force. So a plan does have some weight, just a little bit in that intervening time. And as it goes through the process, it has more weight. So split plans, they're not a new thing. What really matters here is what is being split off that really matters in the short term, because obviously in time, these plans will be back into sync. It's a timing thing. And what is being split off that is likely to go to the Environment Court, because that does slow things up. But like, I'm not a planner, I'm a landscape architect, but as I understand it, if it's just some particular thing that's in the Environment Court, it doesn't stop the rest of the plan having more weight. So I doubt that, for example, people will be taking the necessity to have bike storage in apartments to the Environment Court. They might, but I doubt it. So that will have more weight than perhaps something that is taken to the Environment Court. Timing. Oh, the council has 18 months, as I understand it, from July before the fast tracking part of the plan is operative. So you've got 18 months to get the other half of the plan at least partway through that normal planning process. And it's pretty important to use that 18 months wisely. And finally, there was one question that was asked that I don't like the answer from the council officers. The question's on page 9, and the question is, we haven't set the final proposals for the PDP yet, so how will we know if this is the right process or not? One that is of particular concern, for example, stormwater retention and neutrality. Now, on bullet point 6, it says the draft district plan already requires stormwater neutrality. It does, but only for very large developments and subdivisions. It's not across the board, and I've sent you an email because I asked that question as an Official Information Act request because there was so much dispute and controversy. And I have emailed you all some time ago, Kate Pascal's response to that. It does for big subdivisions and larger.
Lynn, can I get you to wrap up, please?
Yep, but not for the little ones. And it doesn't take into account the cumulative effects of multiple smaller subdivisions. Go up Kim Street and have a look. It's a disaster. And I've got to the end of my wee list.
Lynn, thank you very much. Really appreciate what you had to say. We have run out of time for questions, so unfortunately, we won't be able to ask any. Sorry,
that's fine. And sorry it was so fast.
No, but very good. Well done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, and that takes us finally to Tony. Tony, welcome. Good to see you here. And you've got 10 minutes because you're speaking for an organisation. So, and again, if you can leave some time for questions, we appreciate that.
I'll try and do that. No promises. So thank you very much for this opportunity. I'm speaking on behalf of the Johnsonville Community Association. We had our monthly meeting last night. So, and when I was at the meeting, I canvassed, raised the issue and canvassed, people's opinions across I think it was about 10 or 12 people who were members there. And everyone opposed this, except, of course, our local councillor. So we had a good discussion about what was right and what was wrong, and different people raised different issues about what was wrong with this approach to fast track the rest of the district plan. The Johnsonville Community Association has the dubious honour of taking the City Council to the Environment Court, which we did in 2013, of course, around NDRA. And so we know what it really is to go to the Environment Court. I was there, and it's not easy and it's not cheap, and essentially bankrupted us for about 3.5 to 4 years after that. We really couldn't do too much else, anything to support our local park work and this sort of stuff. It wasn't there. It was all to pay back the debt. However, we were really glad we did this. We tested the MDRA, and although the court accepted the MDRA, the court also found that the officers had made errors, that they had zoned stuff in that was walkable, that was not walkable under the RMA, and that was the court ruling, and the City Council accepted that ruling. Ironically, of course, they've now put those areas that were deemed not walkable back into being walkable. But the important thing is that we saw there was something wrong, and we had a right of appeal, and we found that in some parts, the worst parts of the MDRA were mitigated through the court action. I've heard different reasons why this has been proposed by officers. It's actually very disappointing that officers are proposing the removal of rights to hold themselves to account. I think as a matter of principle that is just very disappointing. However, the main thing is it makes it easier for the council to progress the district plan. You know, it's really a thing of convenience. The issue I have with that is that the reason the district plan is being fast-tracked, 60% of it, is due to the government's moves, but these moves have been fully supported by this council. In other words, the fast-tracking of the 60% was fully supported by council officers and by the majority of the councillors. So in a sense, this is a rod for your own back, that you chose to support having fast-tracking of the housing intensity, and the fact that the rest of the district plan now falls out of that is, is actually due to your own efforts. In terms of principles, I really think it's a very bad. It's a right. You know, we're removing a right of people for the convenience of the council. I think it is difficult. I know it will be a bit more difficult to progress the district plan if it was split, but the council has a number of checks and balances in law that make it difficult to operate. You're subject, for example, to the Official Information Act, and under the Official Information Act, I have obtained all sorts of information about the council processes, such as, for example, that the council holds no evidence or no criteria under which the Johnsonville line is a mass transit service, and you literally don't have any information that says it's a mass transit service. You're relying on other parties, and unfortunately they don't have any either. I think it's important also. I've heard that this is the rest of the plan is not contentious, but what we found as the JCA is it's important to those who want to make a where the district plan adversely affects them, either a group or an individual, to take away their right to do this when it's not fast-tracked under government legislation. I think it's important that we keep that right. It's also important to hold officers to account. Officers know when they're drawing up rules that, if they draw up rules that are too far, that they will be subject to potential appeal. Now, if you take away the right to the potential appeal, I think it's very important to understand that officers can then don't necessarily have that thing looking over their shoulder, that piece of maybe conscience, if you like, in a way, from the public, that if they go too far, or if they make a mistake, that doesn't have consequences through appeal. Lastly, I think it's a very, very bad signal for the City Council in terms of its wider public engagement. The City Council has a very bad reputation for poor public engagement, and this really is another nail in the coffin to this, as someone put it. I mean, this will cause a lot of damage to the council, because you're really prepared not only to ignore, some would say ignore submissions on merit and on evidence, but also take away the right to even submit at all. In a way, this is what appeals are about. So really, I urge those councillors, I know some are committed to it, or some are ideologically seems committed to this, they're willing to set aside principle for the sake of supporting officers and intensification. But I think this, in terms of democracy and in terms of individuals who will be blocked from being able to appeal, I ask you to oppose this motion, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Tony. I've got questions from Councillor Calvert. About 4 minutes left.
Thank you, Tony. One of the rationale for doing this is obviously to enable more housing, and coming from an area where there was actually an intensified zone, medium density housing, put in 2013, so sort of 9 years ago. Have you seen that? Have you seen that new housing that was envisaged having been implemented in the last 9 years?
Well, I don't think we've certainly seen some housing intensification through the centre of Johnsonville, especially within the NBRA area and around the periphery as well. That's happening, but I don't believe it's at anything to the rate that was expected from the NBRA. So It's hugely disappointing, I'll say again, that the city officers have never produced a review of the NDRA to show whether it was successful or a failure. I suspect it's because it's a failure.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Rush.
Am I right that the right to judicial review will still be retained, though, right? You'll still be able to go to court with judicial review if this proposal goes ahead.
So that's true, but that judicial review is another almost order of magnitude more expensive than going to the Environment Court.
Okay,
going to the Environment Court is if you get some volunteers, and we did get some volunteer experts who were so shocked at what the City Council did. Some experts actually volunteered their time to us, so that was a great donation because they thought the officers got it so wrong. But in the end, it's a $5,000 to $10,000 exercise, and that's within the grasp of a determined group of people.
Okay, thank you.
Tony, just a question from me as well. Just following on from Councillor Rush's question, the issue of appeals to the High Court in terms of judicial review on merit versus on process. You might want to expand on that.
I'm not an expert in this area, so I don't really want to go state further, because we didn't go do a judicial review. We've talked about it, and as soon as you've seen the dollar signs, you really that's the block. So it's incredibly expensive, perhaps the whole intensification thing should be put under judicial review, because I think there are some gaps in what you've done and the officers have done. So, but certainly it's beyond the scope of certainly JCA to do.
Thank you, Tony. I don't see any other questions. So look, appreciate your contribution and enjoy the rest of the day.
Okay, so just do the thing, no? Yeah.
Okay, councillors, we get to now to the agenda. And the first item on the agenda is the petition from Tyrone J. Burrow. I hope I pronounced that correctly, Tyrone J., who is presenting a petition on a local bill that we should have promoting a local bill to repeal the Wellington City Milk Supply Act 1919. So I might note that I think 1919 was the year which Transmission Gully was first talked about by William Field, MP of Otaki. So it goes back a fair way. Different world. Tyrone J. Welcome. You've got 5 minutes to present it.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor, and thanks, councillors, for your time. Look, I think I just want to start by acknowledging that there's a range of different issues that council currently has to contend with. I appreciate council resources are limited. I want to speak very briefly as to why repealing the Wellington City Milk Supply Act is a prudent use of a small amount of those resources. My sense is that the advice in today's agenda doesn't really canvass any potential reasons in favour of repealing the Act. At the level, at officials level, there's quite a firm position that the Act has been impliedly repealed. Implied repeal is not a safe assumption. The explanatory note that accompanied the Milk Bill 1987 is useful context, but absent an explicit repeal, a court will actually try to read the text of current legislation, particularly things like the Dairy Industry Restructuring Act, in a way that accommodates more subject-specific legislation or geographic-specific legislation like the Wellington City Milk Supply Act. So that's not a safe assumption. Secondly, even if implied repeal can be made out today in the courts, it's not a permanent feature. So the courts have previously used the analogy of a rug applied over carpet to describe the concept. And if you then take away that rug in the form of more modern legislation, you've still got the old legislation there. It's not the same as a conventional repeal where the thing that's been repealed is gone forever. It's simply hiding the legal effect of the inconsistency. So I think it is desirable to clean up the statute book, and legal academics agree with this. Dr. Leonard Sirota, who last year was an academic at AUT Law School, I think now he's researching in Canada, but he said, contrary Wellington City Council, this isn't a frivolous case. There's an absurd law still in the books which no one means to apply or enforce. To uphold the rule of law, this law should be repealed yesterday. Drawing attention to this by suing as a last resort is in the public interest. Now, look, even if it is desirable to make the law clear, and I suggest that it is, I do accept that council might want to balance that against competing resource priorities. fair enough. Firstly, I think that the official's advice potentially overstates the cost. It mentions, for example, consultation as being required for a local bill, but all that's required by parliamentary standing orders is a newspaper notice, I think published twice, and specific notice to people who might have a particular interest. And honestly, I think I'm probably the only person who has that particular interest. So the bill itself could be incredibly simple. It could simply be a one-line or one-paragraph matter saying that the Act has been repealed. Secondly, as a matter of as a philosophical matter, local and private bills often do deal with matters that seem trivial at the object level, but we think that it's important at a more meta level that these sorts of things can happen by way of local or private bill to remedy some problem with the application of the law. Parliament regularly passes laws about matters that are highly specific to much smaller scale matters. So, for example, dealing with people's individual adoption was a matter that went before Parliament, I think, last year. So that question of scale is not necessarily determinative. But thirdly, I think this is a matter that the council had the opportunity to deal with at a previous time. The key government provided local authorities, I understand, with the opportunity to repeal, a whole bevy of outdated legislation, and Wellington City Council either actively decided not to, or unfortunately, inadvertently didn't include this act. And so, to some extent, this is a lacuna of the council's own making. So, I really do hope that the council seeks to clarify this.
Thank you, Taranjay. I've got three, hopefully, relatively quick questions, and I'll probably ask one too if my question is not covered by the three councillors. So, Councillor Pannett, Rush, and O'Neill.
Thank you, Taranjay. Look, I understand your arguments, but I guess I just wondered what the practical harm has been in not having this done, and also just a bit more of a response to the fact that central government should be dealing with this, just given we're local government. Kia ora.
Kia ora, Councillor Pannett. I appreciate that. I think, look, it's hard to say that the harm is beyond trivial at the object level, especially when I appreciate that council is dealing with a whole range of issues, broken pipes, urban development that throws up tricky issues. I appreciate that, but it really is a question about ensuring public confidence in the rule of law, and actually, having certainty as to the rules that regulate our daily lives. And there is a genuinely arguable case here, I think probably a better than arguable case, that people in Wellington are committing offences every day when they sell milk in supermarkets and dairies. And that doesn't necessarily directly cause a tangible harm on any individual day, but it does erode public trust and confidence in the law.
Thanks, Taranjay. Councillor Rush.
I was going to ask about whether you'd approached the local government, local MPs, and what was their response? Did they support this?
Thanks, Councillor. Look, I haven't approached members of Parliament for Wellington specifically asking them to sponsor a bill. That would be ordinarily the council's responsibility. But I have written to them in respect of this issue. I haven't had particularly much back. I've also written to ministers, so Minister for Local Government and the Minister for Agriculture. Both of those ministers have said that largely this is a matter for local government to resolve, or at least to sort of take the propositional initiative on. And then, central government could support that. So certainly if council thought this was worthy of dealing with, but said we're just resource constrained, one option could be to push back and say to central government, look, we want to deal with this. We can't really get it across the line at the moment. Why don't you stick it in the statutes amendment bill that's currently being drafted? Central government seems reluctant to do that. It's not a priority for them, understandably, but I'm an individual person. Certainly, the council might have a better, prospect of success pushing back than I.
Thank you, Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you, Tyrone. Believe it or not, this has come up in my local government nerd group before in previous years. So this act was brought in because a bunch of cowboys were selling milk and Wellington City Council took over the supply back in the day. Do you think that's a risk that might jump up again?
Oh no, look, I really don't think that there's a risk of that. I don't think that there's any need for the council to have this law on the books. Clearly, we've got a market competition, ideal at least, in the Dairy Industry Restructuring Act. We all think it would be insane if, licenses were a feature of how milk was bought and sold. And the reason for that is because we actually have modern phytosanitary, regulation. The council does a wonderful job under, and I presume it's the Food Act and probably some other pieces of legislation there, of ensuring that when milk is bought and sold in the city, it's done so safely. So there certainly isn't any argument that there is any need for this law anymore.
And Tara and Jay, one quick question from me is there, and it really fringes on that issue you raised about asking government to include it in some other piece of omnibus legislation. I mean, I take the point that having a bill to replace, which is 103 years old, of this nature is, probably a cost that officers don't believe is appropriate, and time, etc. Can you just tell us about the statutes amendment bill? Is that just something that this is one of those omnibus things? Because that's where I was anticipating we might say, can we write to the government, say, stick it in an omnibus bill and deal with it that way?
Yeah, great question, Mr. Mayor. Look, I think firstly there is, I have to be honest, some slight potential difficulty here, and that there's sort of an ambiguity in the standing orders of Parliament as to whether it's possible for Parliament to, by way of a general bill, repeal local legislation. Now, it's certainly been done before, and Parliament always has the ability to accommodate things that aren't explicitly provided for in its standing orders. So firstly, there is some ambiguity there, but last time with the bill that the key government put through, the statutes repeal bill, that was able to be achieved. The other thing to note is that this is an amendment bill and not a repeal bill, and so perhaps there's some concern from central government that that's not really the purpose. But again, looking at previous examples, I can see that this has happened before. Things have been repealed in these bills. So the question then is, are you able to, actually go and convince the Minister for Local Government or the Minister or Associate Minister for Justice, who is administratively responsible for that bill, to include it? I certainly plan to write in. I plan to attend or submit to the select committee and hopefully make the case to them that it ought to be included in there. But I think quite reasonably they're going to want to know whether council supports this. And so, getting a really clear statement, especially from the elected membership of council rather than from officials, that this is something that the council supports, that it has no desire, that the law remain in force, is very valuable.
So just to wrap that up, if we were to include a resolution along the lines of requesting officers to write to Parliament, asking that repealing the Wellington City Milk Supply Act 1919 is included in an appropriate future omnibus bill, would that be an appropriate way forward?
Look, I think that would be very sensible. I think that it would be useful if that were to go, and obviously you'll have views on this and your officials will have views on this, but I think perhaps sending such a letter to the Minister for Local Government, but also to the chair of the Government Administration Committee, which I understand is the committee that's likely to consider a potential statutes amendment bill, would be quite useful.
I could just add in there, Mayor, please. Excuse me. I just want to be clear that officers have already written to the Minister of Local Government in relation to this particular legislation and said we would support any repeal. And we've also liaised directly with the Department of Internal Affairs as to how this particular act could technically be repealed. And I just want to read you a little bit of their response, which says, a local legislation bill, which is effectively a local statutes amendment or repeal bill, progressed from the Department of DIA. I note this option is extremely unlikely to be a priority at a time when the department is progressing an ambitious package of reforms across the sector. The last time we did this was 1992. So officer advice is very much that it is unlikely to be actioned by government at this point in time.
Okay, we might come back procedurally in terms of a question to you, Beth, as we get to the paper and receiving it. I think we've had enough questions of Tyrone J. So Tyrone J, thank you. We appreciate the work you put into the petition and your clear passion to pursue this issue. And we will now introduce the paper. So Beth, you've obviously already started doing that, but if you want to say anything else. Yep.
No, I was just going to assume and take it as read.
Okay, cool.
Into any questions.
Okay, so any questions of Beth, officers? Councillor Rush.
So Beth, I actually know the fellow who owns the milk franchise, I think, for the Wellington area. Isn't this a risk to that operation and a risk to the way that Fonterra distributes milk? In the sense that Wellington City Council could start asserting its rights under this legislation, and perhaps maybe they want to do something about it rather than bide our time. Do you think?
Honestly, Councillor Rush, no, I don't believe it's a risk. Council has advised that we won't be looking to enforce this act because we believe it's impliedly repealed.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. And look, Beth, just a question from me, and then I've got Councillor O'Neill. So what you said to me was just a moment earlier, I took that to be that the government, quite unsurprisingly, was saying they're not interested in a piece of legislation specifically to repeal this. I understand that. But it was more the proposition of just saying, government, we've got this old piece of legislation. We reckon you should explicitly get rid of it. Suggest you drop it into some other bill that's covering a multitude of other things, which does happen from time to time. And it's the council itself rather than officers of the council, which is saying you might as well do that, just tidy things up.
Acknowledge that.
There's reason not to do that.
No, I acknowledge that, Mayor, but as I said in a couple of minutes ago, that the DIA anticipated that and said it would be very unlikely to happen, and it would be also that it would achieve little in the way of marketable outcomes. The last time that it happened was 1992. So yes, it absolutely is a possibility. I think whether or not it came to fruition is a different story.
Right, okay, thanks. I'm sorry, we've now finished. You don't have the ability to ask questions of the officers under our processes. So, Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you, Beth. My question is, when did we write to DIA, and would it be helpful for elected members to support a publicly sent message to the minister? Because last time I looked into this, from the outside of council, I couldn't see that we had written about this law.
Yep, we wrote to DIA in August last year, and that was done by the Chief Executive through her delegation, but with the support of the relevant chair, which at this time is Councillor Pannett. So we discussed that with Councillor Pannett, and she gave us support, and we sent the letter as per the delegations.
Okay.
Any other questions, councillors? Right. Councillor Pannett, do you want to move the paper? Did you want to add anything to it?
Look, just really briefly, I wasn't intending. Thank you, Nick Foster. Look, I just want to thank Tyrone J for raising this issue with us. I do like a lawyer who wants to maintain the integrity of the law, and we will be debating that particular point later. And I appreciate that you've done a lot of work on this, and which is why I was very happy to support that we write to the DIA to sort it out. I guess I am just struggling a bit though with the issues around harm and priorities. We just have got such big issues to be dealing with at the moment that it will, it just will divert us from other things. And of course, Parliament has got its own legislative workload. I was very happy, of course, to support a local bill on the town belt. That was a substantial issue, which definitely needed a local response. So look, as much as I respect the arguments that Tyrone J's put forward, I'm not going to support a local bill on this. But obviously, I'm sure that we can keep talking to central government when it comes time. They just need to make sure that all of their legislation is tidied up. Kia ora.
Thanks. And seconded by Councillor Fitzsimons. Did you wish to say anything? No.
I was actually just planning to say, Mayor Foster, that I thought your comments and questions in relation to the submitter were sensible, and that a letter would be wise. I don't think we need a resolution to do that, but I just wanted to reinforce I thought was a sensible one to bring this to the attention of the relevant select committee chair. Thanks.
Thank you. Look, what I will do though is, just because it puts it on the record, and it does that for Tyrone J, just suggest along the lines that I said earlier, and they can do with it what they wish. And it's I think we probably ought to do it on behalf of the elected council in this case. So I'm going to move that we ask the mayor to write to Parliament or DIA. Beth, sorry, you're on mute.
Parliament this time, Mayor Foster, rather than DIA. We've done that.
Okay, to Parliament. Okay, ask the mayor to write to Parliament asking that repealing the Wellington City Milk Supply Act 1919 is included in an appropriate future omnibus bill, and then they can do with it what they wish. So I'll move that. So I see Councillor O'Neill nodding. Councillor O'Neill, do you wish to second? Cool, thank you. Do you wish to speak?
No, happy to. I would just briefly like to speak to the whole paper.
Well, you might as well do that now.
Okay. I just briefly wanted to extend my support to the submitter that came and spoke to us today. Believe it or not, this has been an issue that I've known about for maybe 5 or 6 years. And I do know a few other legal nerds that are quite interested in it. Frankly, I think that a letter to Parliament would make a good stretch, whether that is included in an omnibus bill or put onto an order paper as a moment of administration and addressing this. I mostly just wanted to speak because I have a good pun. And that's whether, if Wellington City Council were to have a few more cowboys running in our city distributing milk, that we should look to establish a CCO or a cow controlled organisation. But at this time, I firmly believe that the control should be handled by central government, and that is why I have for a wee while now, but I'm really glad to see it come to fruition today, get rid of this silly little law. Thank you.
Thank you. Did I see that's the wording there, Heidi? I'll email it to you. It's not quite right, but it's pretty close. Councillor Rush.
I was just wondering, Your Worship, if you might touch base with the MP for Wellington Central and Rongotai, get their support as well with the letter, if you can.
Oh, happy to do that in passing with any other omnibus conversations.
Thank you.
Don't see anyone else. You're happy to accept the amendment? I see no demurring, so that's accepted. Right of reply, Councillor Pennant? None needed. Okay, we'll vote on that. We will tidy the words up a little bit, Heidi, but it is very much along those lines, and certainly exactly the lines as I spoke. So let's vote. That's everyone voted in favour. Councillor Connie, thank you. Councillor Day. Right. Tyrone J, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
And we'll make sure that you get a copy of the letter as well. And hopefully it'll go somewhere and tidy these things up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillors, it's 10:29. I'm going to suggest that we take a morning tea break for 15 minutes. And then we'll come back with the Mana Whenua Partnership Agreement. Tākahere. And Councillor Day, can I just check, are you good with 15 minutes time? Okay, anyway, we'll see you in 15 minutes. Councillors, welcome back. If you can put your videos back on, please. Thank you, Councillor Rush, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Calvert. Right. I think we have a quorum here. Councillor Condi, Councillor Foon, are you there? Good, thank you. Is Councillor Day still here?
No, she's just joining now.
Just joining now? Good, good, good. Is she on? Heidi? Councillor Day on?
Yes, she's there.
Good, great. Okay, thank you. Okay, we're going to go to item 3.1, Mana Whenua Partnership Agreement, Kaunihera. Karipa, did you want to introduce the paper, please?
Ka pai, kia ora, tēnā koe te koromatua, koe tau ngā kai Kaunihera, o tira e rere ana ngā mihi ki te mana whenua, ki a ngati tōranga tira, kia taranaki whānui. Tai nō rā ki te hautupu o te ngai kia koro moana I tēnei wā e hoki atu tātou katoa. Kia ora, Morena, welcome. Councillors, Your Worship, it's exciting to be able to table this to you today and get this in front of you at Council. The paper's there, so I'll take it as read, but essentially we know that you have been dedicated this trinium around the partnership we have with Mana Whenua. That's evident through the LTP priorities, through recent decisions you've made around Mana Whenua being on our council committees. And so on the 1st of this month, you had a workshop with Mana Whenua where you were able to discuss the ins and outs of this tākaihere, this partnership agreement. On the basis that you've had a really robust discussion there, Mana Whenua don't feel the need to come today and talk again about this. This is you taking through your process today, but Mana Whenua definitely are in support of it, as you know. And essentially what we need to do today is agree to adopt this partnership agreement, the tākaihere with our Mana Whenua, and then you as the council as a whole collective will be able to meet up with Mana Whenua at a time shortly in the near future to sign this significant agreement, which has been a long time coming. So happy to take any last minute questions if there are, but I know everyone has now had this for some time and we've been going over it for a long time, so expecting that it's pretty self-clear. Mayor, Your Worship.
Kia ora karipa, and thank you. So hopefully, councillors, you'll take the hint and I don't expect to see too many questions. Councillor Rush.
Yeah, I was just noticed that Te Atiawa are represented independently of Taranaki Whānui, and I'm just wondering, is that something we should be replicating for the other iwi that make up that group?
Councillor Rush, we've enabled the iwi to decide who is going to represent them as an iwi collective. The iwi have come to us as multiple iwi, both Ngāti Toa and Te Atiawa, for instance, and Taranaki iwi have come together as a collective and said, treat us as one entity, as Mana Whenua, as opposed to the different iwi that they make up, and we'll treat you as a Crown entity essentially, or as the Crown partner to Māori working with us. So it's a collective as opposed to one agreement with any of those iwi. Therefore, I think it's okay as we've got it now. Mana Whenua are deciding who it is that they want at that table.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. I see, one other question. Councillor Panner.
Oh, kia ora, Karipa. Look, and Manda, sorry, fantastic work. It's just, obviously the previous ones were great, but this is even better. Can I just clarify about the right to disagree? So as we did at times over Shelley, but something like Three Waters reform, the way I'd read the agreement was that there would be an allowance for disagreement and the ability to, you know, to work our way through it, because I definitely want co-governance. I love co-governance. Can you just respond to that?
In terms of the right to disagree, I think what it's aiming at here in the agreement is that we might not always agree that these are the same priorities we have, these are the same ways that we achieve different things, and it's okay to have that difference in agreement. We don't have to be agreeing with everything that comes across the table, essentially. But what they're asking for is, in the times that we do disagree, that we do that in a really mana enhancing way, so that we respect both parties at the same time, and that we can respectfully sort of come across in the general public that we're disagreeing on this point, but actually we've had a good robust discussion, and here's the reasons why, as opposed to you know, brothers and sisters who might try and take each other out over a disagreement.
And that sounds completely reasonable. Thank you so much for that.
I'm not sure what sort of family you were in, Karipa. Any other questions, councillors? No, look. Okay, well, look, Karipa, thank you, and I will acknowledge you in introducing the paper. So, ina mana, ina reo, ina iwi, ngāti tō rangatira, taranaki whānui, ke te mihi, ke te mihi. I tēnei rā ka hikoe waka whakamua tātua. And I did practice that before and I stuffed it up again. I tēnei rā ka hikoe whakamua tātou. I want to acknowledge our iwi partners and to say that today we walk forward together. This is a change, and it's at our iwi partners' request, from the terminology of an MOU to a strategic partnership relationship, and it follows a lot of really great work that we've done throughout this triennium. And I really wanted to, and I'm delighted that Jill is on the call there in the car, I can see. I just wanted to pay particular tribute to you, Jill, for the work that you've done through this triennium in developing this relationship and in advancing our relationship with mana whenua and with Māori generally, particularly the work on bringing mana whenua to our council table with voting rights and remuneration, and also your promotion of the Māori ward at our next election. So I want to pay tribute to you for both of those pieces of work. And I also wanted to say that we also now have mana whenua involvement in a lot of our major pieces of work as well. For example, around the Let's Get Wellington Moving table as partners, the work that's being done in Tamatapihi, just to take illustration. So the relationship has developed immensely over the last 3 years. So thank you, councillors and our officers, for that. And Karipa, of course, you are our first chief Māori officer as well, and that's fantastic as well. And you've strengthened your team, and we put more money into the relationships as well. What we're taking today is another important step in deepening the relationship between council and mana whenua within Aotearoa. The request was specific, the terminology is specific, and it's significant that this is one partnership, one relationship with all of our mana whenua partners. And I do say all rather than both because of the question that Councillor Rush raised. And we've specifically taken our iwi partners' guidance as to the bodies and the representation that they want on behalf of iwi. In other words, it's not for us to choose, particularly with Ngāti Toa is relatively simple. Taranaki Whānui is much more complicated, but we have to take their guidance as to who the representative bodies that they wish us to have the relationship with through this particular relationship. And there are other bodies, of course, sometimes that we have relationships with which are outside of this relationship. And I think, for example, the 10th Trust is a very, very important relationship we have as well. And we don't want to ever downplay that either. We've worked together to put this document and this partnership document in front of you, and I really would want to pay tribute again to Councillor Day, also to the Deputy Mayor, to Karipa, and to Manda for all the work that's been put into pulling this together, and also to our gracious mana whenua friends and partners. We've also workshopped this, as you've heard, together. You remember that we came together in a workshop which was very collaborative and very constructive. One of the things that I'm really keen that we do, and you all seem very keen on this as well, is that we all sign it together. The last MOU we had was simply signed by the Mayor on behalf of the Council. I think it's a really strong statement that every one of the elected members, and equally the trustees of our various partners, are all signing this together. That's our symbol of our commitment and of the importance of the relationship to all of us. And the Chief Executive, of course, signed the last one, and Barbara, no doubt you will be signing this one as well. It's the bit about disagreement. I think I did want to pick up on Councillor Pannett. It's absolutely fine, and it's built into this relationship to recognise that we're not always going to agree on everything, and that's true around our council table. And it's a message for us and a lesson for us as well. It's not that you don't disagree; it's how you disagree. It's that you do it in a mana-enhancing way, and you do it in a respectful way, and that is built into this relationship. So, if we can pick that up amongst ourselves, that's a good thing too. A good message for all of us, I think. And just to finish off with the previous MOU had some specific action points, and there will be action points from the strategic relationship. And we look forward as we can come together in person, not by Zoom, and we were never wanting to do that by Zoom, to have a signing ceremony at the end of next month, the end of April. So really looking forward to that. Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. And Jill, you were going to second.
And you've done such a great job introducing that. I don't need to speak at this point. So.
Got it. Thank you. Does anyone else wish to speak? In that case, I don't need to exercise. Oh, Councillor Rush, just got in time.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just wanted to say just how impressed I've been with Karipa and his team. I took a real punt actually when voting for the enlarged budget, because I was really impressed with what Karipa's vision was, and he's built his team, and I had a really good, rich discussion with Manda and Johnny around what sort of outcomes are we trying to achieve here. And whilst we recognise we don't know quite how to get there, we're all on the same waka. And I just want to really impress on you all that actually this is possibly one of the most important things that we can do as a council, because it really goes to the heart of social equity, which we all are trying to achieve and aspire to get economic independence, and that's the route to self-determination and all that sort of politically interesting dialogue. So I'm really thrilled. When I worked in the justice system, I just saw, the raw sort of feelings of how people were being treated badly. Pākehā as well, don't get me wrong, but I also think that if we can start with these partners that we have who are in the waka with us, we will do good things for all Wellingtonians. So I thoroughly endorse what the Mayor has said, and thank also Councillor Day, but I'm looking forward to getting on with the work. All the mahi.
Kia ora, Councillor Rush. I don't see anyone else, and I don't think I need to reply to what you've said, Councillor Rush, other than say thank you, and it was really great to hear your kōrero. So, councillors, we'll vote.
That's 14 votes in favour, carried unanimously.
Thank you, councillors. Very good. Okay, well done. Now we move to item 3.2, Wellington Water current year OPEX. Siobhan. Right. Siobhan and Sarah. Right. Okay.
Kia ora, councillors. This paper is the same paper that was presented to the Finance and Performance Committee meeting 2 weeks ago. Just to recap, Wellington Water is forecasting an overspend in OPEX of up to 4.9 million this financial year, largely attributed to an increase in reactive maintenance costs over above what's been budgeted. Reactive maintenance costs have increased year on year since 2019, and it's been exacerbated by some significant storm events in July, December and February this financial year. So there is an opportunity to reprioritise $5 million of the government stimulus fund to cover the potential shortfall in OPEX rather than cut service levels, and this is the preferred option. And also noting and reminding there will be further papers coming to Council regarding CapEx increases and OpEx increases for years 2 and 3 of the LTP.
Thank you. Sarah, is there anything you wanted to say?
No, happy to take questions.
Okay, right. Are there any questions, bearing in mind that this has been through finance and performance as well? Deputy Mayor, and then Councillor Pannett.
Yeah, thank you. I guess this advice now that we're receiving in this paper is slightly different from the previous advice. But what I'm still quite interested to know is, can you succinctly explain, if we reprioritise the 5 million, how that fits in with the work program that we initially committed to? What won't be done?
Okay, yep, Sarah, I can do that. It is the same advice that was provided 2 weeks ago. The BAU CapEx program that will have the Karori renewals transferred from stimulus into it. The reasons that the things that won't be done, as advised by Wellington Water, are that there'll be delays in Torrens Terrace, Arlington Street and Hopper Street wastewater renewals, some wastewater renewals in Hanaya Street and Kent Terrace. Main Road Tower stormwater improvements will be delayed to next year, and also some works along Karori Road, some stormwater and wastewater renewals construction moving to the following year. So these have been pushed out for a variety of reasons anyway, and they've rescheduled them for the next dry season, which will be next financial year.
Can I just ask another one following on from that? So the wastewater renewals in Karori, up in Karori, are they part of the same project that we asked to be delivered through the stimulus funding?
No, that'll be a slightly different one.
I see. Okay.
That's what was planned in our BAU CapEx.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Siobhan. I think that extra advice has probably prompted some more questions by the looks of it. Councillor Pannett, then Councillor Fitzsimons.
Thanks, Siobhan. Look, given that public confidence may or may not have been shaken by some of the recent decisions or events around Wellington Water, are you able just to reassure us that this is a good decision for us to be making, that you are comfortable with the request, so that we can really go forward confidently?
Yes, I am comfortable with the recommendation and the recommended way forward. What it will do will enable, we have sufficient stimulus funding to cover the shortfall, and it will enable us to maintain the service levels.
Councillor Fitzsimons.
Thank you. Look, I just wanted to ask a question of whether officers were wanting Wellington Water to come today and whether we should read anything into them not attending. I'm just trying to understand where the relationship is at.
The relationship is good. Wellington Water opted not to turn up today, really because they'd said everything they were going to say at the last meeting. They had nothing further to add, and they fully supported the recommendation in the paper.
Cool. And just my other question is, do we think we've got it right in terms of when residents ring our call centre, they report leaks? Are we confident that we've got it right with that? Because I know this is about this very issue in terms of getting that information to Wellington Water and making sure it's prioritised. Because I know I get a lot of contact from residents worried about leaks that have been leaking for some time in many cases.
Yeah, it's not as good as it could be at all, Councillor Fitzsimons. It's one of our main areas that we're working with Wellington Water on to improve.
Deputy Mayor.
I have struggled really to understand this, and I'm probably not the only one. And I know we've asked for a report on how our stimulus funding has been spent. But originally it was going to be a total of 20.2 million stimulus funding for Wellington City. Are you giving us can you advise whether with this extra 5 million transferring from whatever to whatever, that we're basically going to spend that 20.2 million, or are we not? Or are we going over? Are we going under? How does it work out?
No, we're on track to spend the 20.2 million.
Okay, so I am finding it confusing because I couldn't see in our stimulus funding anything about our wastewater renewals, but in the pots that we have, apart from, anyway, it's very complicated. I would like a lot more information about it. I'm happy enough to go along with what's suggested in the paper, but I still feel deeply uncomfortable that we haven't actually got what the information we need. So can you reassure me that we're going to get a full explanation of what's happened?
We did, there has been a stimulus funding report sent out. I think I sent that out following the Finance and Performance Committee meeting. I'll dig that out, Sarah, and send it through again.
Yeah.
But
yeah,
that
please.
clearly outlines what the programme was.
Yeah, because I did look at that, and that's why I'm still asking questions.
Thanks. Look, I've got one question. Siobhan, given what you've just said in terms of the renewals that are being put back, so obviously that suggests to me we're moving essentially money we would usually consider to be capex into opex. And you said that most of those were ones that needed to be pushed off for a variety of other reasons. Simple question is, are there any of those that if the money was available, the resources, resources and personnel and the capability of delivering through this part of the year are there, so that if we actually said, look, we'd still like you to do some of the renewals, as well as the reactive maintenance, would that be possible?
I don't think so. So the advice we've had from Wellington Water is that these have been pushed out for a variety of reasons. I don't think we would be able to bring them back in if there was sufficient funding. With regard to your first point, what we're doing here, the stimulus funding or program is agnostic to whether it's OPEX or CAPEX. So we're just moving the CAPEX portion out to the CAPEX BAU line.
Okay, so what you're saying is that none of those renewals were able to be physically delivered regardless of the funding at this particular point in time, and they will have to wait until next financial year, calendar year.
Financial year.
Financial year. Oh, well, it's not far. That's not that far away anyway. Yeah. Okay. Right. Thank you. Any other questions, councillors? Right. I think this comes from Councillor Calvert. Do you introduce the paper? Or to move the paper, I should say.
Okay, all right. Well, as officers have said, this has been well canvassed. It came before the Finance and Performance Committee a couple of weeks ago. We did have some questions. Officers have responded with some more information, as well as Wellington Water. So at the end of the day, we're talking about putting an extra $5 million or moving $5 million into our water infrastructure, which is always a good thing, especially with what we have at the moment. So I don't think I really need to say much more than that. It's all laid out. So I look forward to your support. And seconder, were you going to support this, Mayor, or Councillor Foon?
Mute myself. I think Councillor Foon will second this one as so, and I see her hand up. But Councillor Foon, did you wish to speak?
No, thanks.
No, okay, councillors, are there anybody else wishing to speak? Councillor Condi.
Thank you. I just wanted to thank the staff and for all the work that's been done since we debated this last time and the answers that we've gotten back from Wellington Water. And it's really encouraging after the discussions that we had at Finance and Performance to kind of hear the conversations about what didn't quite go so well around the long-term plan and the budgeting, and where there was maybe some miscommunications and real commitment to making sure that doesn't happen next time. So it's just great to see that we're learning from things that haven't gone quite as well as we might have liked, and gives me confidence that going forward, we're gonna be able to improve consistently. I'm really happy to be supporting this funding so that we can deliver on the reactive and proactive maintenance that we all know is really important for our city. And I just wanted to note, Mayor Foster, you were asking about some of the projects that have been pushed out of the financial year and whether it was due to cost, but one of them was the Tower Stormwater project. And I know, for example, the reason that project hasn't been able to progress is that they're having to negotiate an easement across private land, and that's taking longer than they anticipated. So it's that kind of delay that has pushed those projects out, not a lack of funding. But that's what's created a little bit of headroom for us to move some money around and fund this proactive and reactive maintenance. So happy to support it, encouraging everyone else to. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Councillor Deputy Mayor Free.
Yeah, thank you. And I do want to thank the staff and also Wellington Water staff for coming and answering questions on a couple of occasions. And obviously, you know, we know a lot more now than we did. I'm happy to support this because I do think it's important. The stimulus funding is only available to us until the 30th of June this year. And clearly it hasn't quite panned out for us to spend it in the way that we initially thought. But I think it's important that it's spent. So I do want to see us take advantage of that offering from the government to spend money on our water infrastructure. And if this is the way to do it, then I'll support that. But I do again, I think what has been highlighted for me, and I'm sure other colleagues as well, is that it would be really useful to have more detail about what's going on with our water and projects, you know, where we are up to with projects that we know are important. If they're lagging behind, you know, that's something, or if it's a financial thing and we need to put more money in, then that's something we really do need to know as governors. So I'm looking forward to, now we've started this sort of conversation, I'm looking forward for us all to keep on top of it and make sure our water infrastructure gets the attention and care and gets put into the condition it needs to be put into. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Rush.
Your Worship, I just want to thank publicly Councillor Condi for her thorough evaluation of all this. We all have our strengths and weaknesses, and I'm a bit weaker, I guess, on the numbers. And I always go to Jenny, and what Jenny says, I tend to just take as read, and I just have a lot of confidence. And I just want to say thanks, Jenny. Appreciate it.
Okay, I see nobody else other than thank you again, Councillor Rush, for those kind words to Councillor Condi. Very good, I agree with them. Right of reply, Councillor Calvert.
I don't think I really need to say anything. Everyone seems to be in support, so let's go with it. Vote.
Okay, right, we'll put the motion.
That's 14 votes in favour, carried unanimously.
Thank you. Okay, councillors, this takes us to the paper on 3.3 on Tamatapihi. So I'll go back to my papers and find out who is introducing that from an officer perspective.
I'll introduce that.
Thank you, Siobhan.
Okay, so this paper is looking for agreement to utilise levels 3 and 4 for Wellington City Council accommodation. And the reason for this is to provide certainty for the Tamatapihi design and construction phases. So at the moment, the scope of Tamatapihi includes a fit out of levels 3 and 4 to a base build. So that's just a shell. It doesn't include any internal office space fit out. Third option that we're proposing is that level 3 houses council's democracy services functions, including committee rooms and councillor space, and that the balance of the space is used as council office space. And I think I've got Peter Brennan online to answer any questions. Can't see him.
Peter, is there anything you wanted to say as well from an officer perspective before going to questions?
No, I think Siobhan's covered that well.
Cool. Okay, thank you. Okay, councillors, are there any questions? I see Councillor O'Neill.
Good, thank you, Peter and Siobhan. I know that this is a little bit later on in the piece, but in submissions we had an ask for a prayer room for people that would undertake daily prayers and other things like that. And I was just wondering if we can't accommodate that in the hustle and bustle of the main Maipihi buildings, if that might be something we would be able to provide to staff and members of the public. In a space like that. I'm just thinking that the quietness of an office space might be more appropriate, but yeah, just wondering if any thinking on that.
I think that's probably a good question for the Tamatapihi briefing, which is in mid-April, where they are talking about the preliminary design. Yeah.
All good, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Young.
So thank you, Peter. I'm just, this is a request which I'll turn into a question. Would it be possible to have more comfortable and less bleak design of the council facilities when they go in, rather than those ghastly ottomans and the greyness of the room?
I'm sure.
Sounds like you're going to be helping with the interior decoration, Councillor Young.
No, I'm not, I'm not multi-skilled, but it's just, no one's ever sat on those ottomans and it's just so bleak in there. It's cold and bleak.
Thank you. Okay, any other questions, councillors? I see none. Okay, councillors, in that case, I'm looking for a mover of the motion. Who would like to move this? I guess Councillor Young. Okay, away you go. You might need to turn your mute off.
Look, I'm very happy to move this. The sooner we get back into Civic Square, the better. I have no problem with the idea of our being in the library as hopefully an interim measure until the mob site is redeveloped and hopefully the cab site is put back to being a park. So anyway, the sooner we get back to the Civic Square, the centre of our city, the better. And I think this is a very pragmatic solution. So I have pleasure in moving this.
Thank you. Somebody, well, I'll second it then. Councillors, I'm pleased to see this as well. I think it's another signal that we are starting to, well, not starting, we are well progressing with revitalisation of Tanaka Civic Square. You can see the work that's being done on the town hall, and that becomes increasingly evident, especially if you go inside it, which of course not everybody can do, but that work is progressing. And then obviously the work on Tamatapihi. I'm really looking forward to us being able to go and have a look at it and to be able to showcase the preliminary design at very least, which shows where space is going to be allocated. And of course, we put the framework in place to guide the redevelopment of those other spaces, the CAB, MOB sites, and also the Jack Islet / CAB site. And then, of course, the new building, which we've approved and is now going to be the home of the National School of Music on the Michael Fowler Centre car park site. So I think the combination of those things really starts showing you that Tanaka Civic Square is on the way back. There's a lot of work to be done across a lot of different parts of that project, but the result will be fantastic. And I think that this is a pragmatic, sensible interim step, immediate step, I suppose you could say, rather than interim step, but immediate step for council as an organisation starting to come back to Tanaka Civic Square. So happy to support. And it's obviously pragmatic too in terms of the construction process. Anyone else? I don't see anyone else. Councillor Young, did you wish to write a reply?
No, let's just go with it.
Okay, cool. Right. Well, let's vote then.
That's 13 votes in favour, carried unanimously.
Thank you. Right. Okay, moving right along. So we're going to deal now with the item 3.4, the district plan streamlining process. So, Mr. Hodgetts, if you'd like to
Kia ora,
anything in presenting this.
Kia ora, Mayor Foster and councillors. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Great, excellent. So yes, councillors, we've decided on a process today, and we are not asking you, of course, any policy questions as such, but just a decision on how you wish to deal with the proposed district plan. You'll have an opportunity, of course, later on in June to make calls on policy and whether things are in and out of the plan. This is just following up a recommendation from a previous council meeting for officers to go away and explore how we could fast track the plan in its entirety. So I want to be clear that, and very clear, that there are several matters that the proposed plan considers that is being fast tracked. And that was based on the government's RMA amendments late last year. They call that the Intensification Streamlined Planning Process, the ISPP. And this process, we believe, whilst it includes a large portion of a plan, approximately, we think 60%, will be a much faster, leaner process of 1 to 2 years in time. It will be just, I think, as rigorous in understanding the implications of the changes to the city based on the intensification work. So this also includes, because it's related to intensification, other aspects of the plan, things like the SNAs, the character areas, the heritage areas, rapid transit matters, walking catchments, the heights of buildings, stormwater view shafts, natural hazards, and those sorts of things, and that's listed in the appendix. But of course, as I said, we're asking you to design, potentially approve a process that brings all of that together and compacts it into one more coherent integrated plan, which has been the reason why and how we've developed the plan over time. So I think what's important to talk about today is the key matters that are raised potentially in the submissions we had from the community. I'm happy and have the team standing by ready to answer those, and also to talk about some of the questions we received and they have been put into the Q&As on costs and timing, etc. So I've got Sean, John and Adam online to answer any questions, and I'm happy to take the balance of the report as read.
Thank you, Liam. So questions, Councillor Condi.
Thank you. Thanks, Liam. To start with, I think this is probably going to be a question for you, Liam, but we had a public participant this morning who was kind of suggesting that one of the main motivators for the suggestion that the entire plan be fast-tracked is that it would be less work for officers, more convenient for staff, and also that by removing or by going with a fast-track option, staff were essentially recommending fewer ways to hold themselves to account. And I would just really like to hear your response to that, please.
Thanks for the question, Councillor. So look, it is a fast-track process, and it will streamline the consideration of the plan. That's the first point. And in its very nature, it's going to make the processing of it, the reporting back to government, reporting back to council, much easier for officers to do. That's a fact, and I don't deny that. But I think the comments made by some of the submitters this morning, I found personally highly inappropriate and frankly kind of disrespectful. And I'm sure I speak for my staff in that regard. You, the council, the hearing process itself, the submissions from the community, the independent panel, 3 or more experts on that will all hold us to account, as will the government. I need to make the point that, you know, the staff at WCC in particular and the Planning Environment Group, they're all motivated by doing the absolute best for the community. They're all here and working for the city on behalf of the residents and on behalf of the elected members. There's no intention at all that we are trying to frankly bypass process here.
Thank you, Liam. And then I guess my next question is, again, one of the public submitters talked about the fact that it's not unusual to have more than one plan while you're doing a plan change, and sort of split plans is quite normal. And I guess I just want to understand, like, is there something about our situation that would make having a split plan more complicated than normal, where they sometimes happen? And also, how will kind of having those multiple planning documents affect the speed of housing development, since that's really one of the things that we're trying to achieve here, is to tackle the housing crisis?
Yeah, thanks, Councillor. So I will answer that in a couple of parts. So we are caught in an unusual situation. Wellington City Council chose to unilaterally review the whole plan. And it is true that often councils, when either central government policy changes or councillors wish so, they will review parts of a plan. And we chose very much like the integrated way we attack planning for growth and our spatial plan. It was all about integrating the outcomes for the city, and that is absolutely best practice in my mind. You can't understand parts without looking at the whole. What the government, unfortunately and unintentionally, has done, has put us in this situation where the process of the ISPP has split our integrated plan in half. And as you requested us to have a look at when we went out for draft district plan consultation, can you have a look at how we can bundle this up and fast track the plan? So that's what we've gone away and done. And so I think that's answered all 3 of your points. Unless I've missed anything, let me know.
Thank you. That's everything from me.
Cool. Councillor Pannett.
Thanks, Liam and team, for all the work that you've done. From my long experience, it's unusual to have a high significance decision without any consultation. And just to be clear, it's significant because of the planning process, not the actual policy content. you just respond to that? I did ask John, but I just want to explore that a bit further.
Yes, I can. I think John is online also. Elliot, I think, was doing some work from the legal team in that regard. So perhaps, John, if we've got any update for Councillor Pinnett, that would be helpful.
So it might be more appropriate that Elliot responds to this, because there's a legal element to this. Are you there, Elliot? Because you've done a little bit of thinking around this.
I don't think Elliot's online, but I'll go and check.
So I could ask my next question, then maybe someone else could ask a question.
Do that, and then come back to that when Elliot's online.
Liam, I take on board your comments about people making comments about staff. So this is definitely not it. You will understand that I have systemic issues around the resource management system, around the way that governments, councils, bureaucrats, professionals have failed to protect the environment, which is why we're in the situation that we're in, which is why I don't trust the system. Are you, I guess, just because we're all humble people here, just really confident that we've got this right and that people don't then have the right to be able to challenge us de novo to improve things, because that's the way that change has been made. And I will, even though you weren't there, the flyover was a classic case where the council was very confident in its surety and then was found to have not proved its case.
Look, I understand your question fully, Iona, and I think we've talked at length about the system we have to work with. I mean, we are in unconventional times. There is a housing crisis. We're coming on the back of a pandemic, but process is always king here. I don't think officers are suggesting that there won't be legal recourse. I think that question was put by Councillor Rush earlier in the question time from the community. And I'll hand over to John here, but I think our report's quite clear in that we set out there are lots of opportunities for review and submissions by the community. It just isn't what's being recommended the Environment Court. And so judicial review is there. As I said, the independent panel, your own contribution and input, as it has been over the last year or two, in detail is there. And the hearing process with the expert commissioners and with mana whenua more than likely represented, are all going to be there to help the process be the best it can be. John, do you have anything further to add?
Just to say that this has been a really comprehensive process that we've gone through. We've had that broad discussion and we've had citywide engagement over through a number of phases. And then we've got to the point where we could feel confident as officers anyway, having quite a very detailed and as close to as a final district plan as possible through the draft district plan process. So what the community saw was a very worked up draft district plan, which isn't required, but of course it's good practice to do that. So, and then there's been a submissions process, and you've heard a lot from the community on that. So we think, from in terms of the process that we've gone through and in terms of the technical rigor around the provisions that are in the draft district plan, which will flow through to the proposed district plan, I certainly, as a manager of the district planning team, I'm confident that we're in a strong position and that I think we've got a lot of it right. Obviously, there's still further process to go through. So it's really going to be important, the statutory process, to hear again from the community around the provisions and how that relates to what they do and have we got it right. So there's 2 rounds of submissions and then there's further hearings. So so from that point of view, I think it's certainly the most comprehensive process I've been involved in as a planner.
Thank you. And Elliot, did you get my question? So this was just
repeat it. If you can repeat it.
Sure. So look, it's unusual for my history to have a high significance decision without any consultation, and this is not about the content of the plan, it is about the process. Just remembering too that successive governments have limited appeal rights. This is not the first time. Oh, sorry, we can't hear you. Not sure.
Hear me now?
Yes. Okay.
you.
Sorry. And apologies for not being on live. I was listening, obviously a little bit delayed, but I've heard your question there. Yes, the paper identifies it as a significant decision. The statutory framework does not require any consultation. There's no explicit requirement for any consultation in respect of the initiation of the request for the Part 5 SPP process. And so we're guided by a significance and engagement policy, and crucially with that, the policy identifies that that achieving the council's strategic objectives is a basis for not consulting. As you correctly have observed, significant decisions, the significance engagement policy does set out a consultation expectation. We're faced with some significant urgency around obtaining the Minister's direction in respect of the SPP process, and that is compounded by the ISPP process, which the Minister is currently initiating in respect of 17 other territorial authorities, and there's a need for the order from the Minister, if it was granted, to be drafted with regards to that ISPP process. So in short, there's a huge amount of work that needs to be done to get all of this, get these two processes operating, if that's what happens. And so they're just so there is that urgency component to it, which the significance and engagement policy identifies as relevant in discharging what is essentially the decision maker's obligation to consider affected persons' views.
I'll just ask a supplementary then, because you can always argue there's urgency.
Yes.
So then where does that actually leave us from a legal point of view? Do we stop consulting?
Sorry, could you just repeat that last bit?
So where does that, I mean, you can always argue there's urgency. It happens that we've got a housing crisis at the moment. In 10 years, it could be something else. Where does that sort of leave us if you can always use a justification to sidestep the need for consultation?
Well, it's the decision maker's obligation to be satisfied that they've considered affected persons' views, and that's the statutory requirement. That statutory requirement specifically says that in of itself does not require consultation. I think it's also important to note that the significance of the decision is about ensuring that the plan change process is comprehensive and understandable, and the significance of the flow-on effects of adopting the Part 5 SPP process for the 40% of the plan is overshadowed by the utility from the users of, sorry, I'm probably being a little bit too arcane here, but the user experience for people that are actually going to be engaging in this plan making process to simplify what is always going to be complex and what has the potential to be really complex is actually the significant thing here.
View of that, Councillor Pannett? Got everything you needed? Okay, cool. Councillor Foon.
Kia ora tātou. First of all, could I just get an iwi update that was in the paper said that was coming, and Liam, I see you've sent through an update from Taranaki Whānui, but could you please give us an update from iwi on this paper today? And I have some more questions after that, please.
Sure, thank you, Councillor. So yeah, we've been working hard with mana whenua partners, PNBST and Ngāti Toa over the last couple of weeks as we've developed this up. Lee, as you can see, the CE has just sent through his in-principle support from PNBST. We're waiting on Ngāti Toa. We understand Toa and PNBST, BST have been working together on that, so we do expect to have something in writing from Toa very shortly, but as highlighted in the paper, it wasn't available at the time. So look, from PNBST's point of view, they believe there's merit in considering both processes in an integrated way. They highlighted several areas of the officer's report that they draw out and confirm is how they believe they have been included in the plan and how they'd like to be involved into the future. So they also note that we'd like to discuss the sort of sinewy details of that. So and we're obviously very open and continue to be very open with them. And just a reminder to the councillors that Jade Whakaria and as a consultant representing both Ngāti Toa and PNBST has been working at not just providing a Māori chapter, but a Te Ao Māori lens to the whole plan. So with chapter by chapter lens, Te Ao Māori, the Māori world through this document, something that the officers are quite proud of. Wellington's never done before, and I'm sure is already best practice in New Zealand. So as soon as Ngāti Toa gets in contact formally with us, we'll advise on what their position is.
Finished the answer, Councillor Fernie?
Kia ora, Liam. I do have another couple of questions, but maybe if I just ask my main one. Could you please articulate for us here today what, in the division of the plan that we're looking at, what are the low carbon, the housing increase, density done well, protection of natural environment, what aspects of those will be separated from the ISPP part of the plan?
Thanks, Councillor. And so some of that detail is obviously in one of your attachments, but effectively that 60% that I talked about in my introduction, the 40% is the intensification work and everything that's affected by that policy change, the change to the RMA late last year. So there are other aspects, that 40% that sit outside of that, and they relate to the protection of the natural environment. They relate to mode shift encouragement. So that's the design around inclusion of cycleways or cycle parking within buildings. The provision of infrastructure is a key one. So there's elements, and they're always very contentious, the infrastructure chapters, because as you can know, those utilities have a lot at stake, and so they tend to be quite litigious because the stakes are high in understanding the plan and challenging it where they don't like aspects to it. So that provision of infrastructure one's the key one. The sort of the separation of that from the intensification fast track ISPP stuff is a worry for me personally. We know infrastructure is a challenge for Wellington City Council. We know we've been trying to get better at understanding what that deficit is, and I think the spatial plan was a really, really good step in the right direction in understanding that. I'm very excited about the digital twin and the ability to sort of demonstrate the health of the city in a real time way, and that's all tied up with our planning of infrastructure in the district plan. And then the climate change priorities. So there's a number of chapters that relate to that that are really quite important in terms of controlling both the impact of sea level rise on the city and how we might manage that, and securing more generally through design controls and urban design policies, rules and guidelines, the concept of well-functioning urban environments, and the nuance of that being separated from the intensification clause is obviously quite unusual, but that again is a big one for me personally, this idea that we have a role to plan well-functioning urban environments, and those aspects of the plan are going to sit outside the fast tracking.
And just a last question, if it remains separated and we could speed up the 40%, what time, I know that you've given us a timeline, but if we were working really hard and really fast to bring those timelines together, what's your best estimation of the time we could do that, given the unknowns?
Yeah, well, firstly, I'd say we're already working really hard, really fast. So, yeah, and as I said, the estimate is within that 1 to 2 year for the 60%. So that's a specific 60% of the plan will be running really quickly, sprinting, if you like, to get that ISPP process ready. And then that other 40% we've estimated around the 5 to 7 years. Now that's just historically how long these things have taken. That's not to say we couldn't move faster and get more organised, but unfortunately it's dependent on appeals and dependent on when those panels can sit, how we can resource those panels, and the vagaries of external factors, really, which is why we give such a rough timeline in that 5 to 7 year period before all those matters are resolved. I think the public made the point this morning when they made their submissions that it doesn't mean there isn't weight given to them, but it's just not a whole lot of weight if they're under appeal. You know, there's a different weighting when things are under appeal in the Environment Court that planners and panel members give. In making decisions on resource consents, they give a lesser weight to the fact if it's sitting in Environment Court.
Thanks, Liam. Really helpful.
Thanks, Councillor Fern. Councillor Matthews.
Liam, my first question is really about the comment made by a public participant that growth wasn't a thing, that it was fake. And I guess I just wanted to get a response from you about the projections of population growth that underpin the plan, the current deficit of dwellings that we have, and I guess the impact of not having enough housing, what that has on our current population growth. So just that, and I'll come back with another one.
How long have you got, Councillor? I'm sorry, so we obviously we have to base a growth plan on data, and the data we get is from a number of sources, but most importantly we have our own data experts that provide population projections. Notoriously, Stats New Zealand have been well short of what actually eventuated in growth, and I think I saw a table the other day that showed, you know, of the 8 councils in the region, 5 of them had undershot their growth predictions. So those projections are notoriously difficult at a conventional time, you know, a time pre-COVID, and at the moment we're in this really unconventional time in our lives where COVID has disrupted all of the data sets, that's disrupted all of the trend analysis, if you like. And so what's important to focus on in population trends and the growth of the city is the long-term trends, and that's what I encourage councillors to do. If we focus on long-term trends, we can generally plan for the long term. If we focus on jolting ourselves through year-to-year forecasts where central government immigration policy changes or economic or pandemic shocks occur, then we won't be servicing the city as we should be, I would think, and I'd recommend. So focusing on long-term trends is important. We are growing and we will continue to grow. I think we are very confident that the figures we gave you over the spatial plan of a 50 to 80,000 band of what we could look like in the next 30 years is still current and accurate. Where we fall in that, based on what's going, what the globe is going through at the moment, what immigration policy might be in the future, is anyone's guess. So I always describe it to the team when these population forecasts tend to swing year to year, that look at the comet is still coming, the tail has just potentially got longer. So if we keep that in mind, I think we'll, and keep the long term in mind, I think we'll be servicing the city appropriately.
Thank you. And I guess my next question is sort of a process one, because I've seen some amendments. So I just want to check, are those amendments going to be an amended substantive or amendments? And because what is the appropriate time to ask questions about those amendments? Perhaps the Mayor might answer that.
I think, Councillor, you've seen them in effectively. I mean, we've got two courses you can take here. So it's suggesting that we take the course of not streamlining part of it. So you can ask those questions now. Okay. Perfectly appropriate.
Yeah. So I'm looking for some officer advice on those proposed amendments from Councillor Pannett and the Mayor, and particularly you know, just about the impact of you know, and what your view is on the amendment, and additionally the work around further identifying the work streams that would be split, because my understanding is that work has happened in quite a detailed way anyway. So yeah, just interested in your views on that.
Thanks, Councillor. And yes, I did receive at 11:15 this morning the the proposed amendment to the resolution. I think our position's obviously how it is portrayed in the report in terms of officers' opinion on 2. 3, I'm a little vague on. I'm going to defer to my subject matter experts to talk to you about the impact of that, if that's okay. The chapter by chapter, blow by blow aspect of the ISPP and the SPP process is probably better. They're better to answer the question. I do worry about the 14th of April date. I suspect, whilst I'm not an expert, I have a general oversight of the program that might be very, very difficult to meet. But I'll leave it to John and potentially Sean and Adam to answer that. Thank you.
Thank you, Adam. But could you just tell me, like, what's your view on the amendment? The officer advises that they still support the.
Yeah, that's right. I think the officer's advices we wouldn't be supporting this amendment. We're very confident about the material we've put before you, and we support that position.
Thank you, Councillor Matthews. Look, perhaps maybe I'll follow your question with mine, and then I'll take Councillor Rush and Councillor Fitzsimmons.
No, I'm still waiting on advice on the second question.
Well, mine specifically, the second one or the third one? You've had the second one.
I think, Andy, Councillor Matthews was asking for some detailed advice about the implications of 3, and I've deferred that to my team to answer.
Yeah, that's where I was going with the question, to actually to elucidate that. So if I can do that, might help as well. And it's just to say, Liam, you'd sort of suggested that there were areas which were obviously crystal clear, that they have to go through the ISPP. There are areas which sounded like, from what advice we've had, is that there was obviously some potential for debate around them. And it really is that question which was being suggested in the possible third clause of a different resolution, different recommendation.
Yeah, thanks, Andy. And so that relates to the attachment in the commentary from officers. And again, so I'll kick that over to John and the team.
Through you, Mayor, may I just ask a quick question? Given that members of the public are watching this, has everyone actually seen these amendments, and do we need to share them on the screen so members of the public know what you're talking about? Thank you.
That would be helpful. And if I can be quite clear, 3 is there as a possible rather than a definite, and that really depends on the answers. So, Liam, who's answering the questions from both myself and Councillor Matthews?
I can address that.
Thanks.
John McSween here.
Thank you.
So we did do a lot of work around this, the team, in trying to understand, okay, with the split through the ISPP and the other bits of the district plan, what that might look like. So in the appendix to the report, you've got that split. So it is a very detailed assessment. And we had that reviewed by Ministry for the Environment. They didn't give us a formal response back, but they felt comfortable with our interpretation of what they thought, what they were thinking of when they thought what would be in the ISPP part of the process. So it is as rigorous as we can make it. I mean, if you were to accept this amendment, then we would have no problems coming back to you with that detail.
Thank you. Councillor Rush.
Thank you. Liam, couple of times you've used the example of utilities as being the type of organisations that can provide barriers. I mean, I've worked for utilities, so I've got insight into how they work. So I'm a bit bothered that we haven't surveyed them or asked for their views. Have we? I mean, we participate, I think, in an Wellington infrastructure group. Did we canvas any of those?
Yeah, we have. Sean. So look, just to clarify my statement there, I think the normal line we get from utilities, and you can understand this is a basic requirement for any city or any district to grow, is to get utilities repaired and re-established, if you like, or replaced as quickly and expediently as possible. And so there's always a tension between planning rules and power companies and planning rules and water companies. So they're always very acutely interested in some of the rules and the environmental performance criteria that we try to install through the rules for the particular area in place. So yes, we have been working closely with the utilities. I can get John to comment some of the working groups we've had, but I just gave that as an example of some of the when the stakes are high, generally speaking, people throw everything at it because it does affect their business continuity and their businesses more generally. So John, do you want to give a quick update to Councillor Rush on the work we've done with the utilities to date?
So part of the process, and we replicated this throughout the district plan review process, in that we set up groups in which we would do issues and options papers, and we would then have workshops with user groups, and that included infrastructure and utility providers. So they have directly fed into our thinking around the chapters in the district plan. Now, of course, the consultation process enables a lot of that dialogue to occur, and we've got a pretty good sense of their support or otherwise for the proposed provisions. So we think it's been pretty well socialised, Councillor Rush.
Yeah, no, I get all that. It's this particular issue. Have we sought feedback on whether utilities as a rule would be supportive of removing the appeal right, or would they rather it be retained in its current form for as long as the government keeps it like it is?
We haven't specifically, no, Councillor Rush, but there is a process that the Minister for the Environment must go through, and if you, as councillors, were to accept the application to the Minister for a SPP, he has to consult with his fellow ministers and government departments, and any network designations or and they are requiring authorities, which are infrastructure providers, are also part of that process. So there is a bit of a process once this decision is made to actually make sure that we inform all those utility providers that have designations in the district plan and proposed to put them in the district plan.
Okay, thanks.
Wilfred Simons.
Thank you. I just want to start by mentioning about the amendment, which the Chief Executive sensibly suggested we put on the screen. And so that members of the public who are following along, can we just get it back up? Because I just think we need to slightly change it. It might have already happened, but yes, great. No, I was just worried that it said officer recommendations, and I didn't want members of the public to be confused about that, but that's sorted. Thank you. My question is to Liam, or whoever can answer really, and I'm just interested in this issue around appeals to the Environment Court and the concern around losing that. And I just wanted to know whether, I understood there was going to be a little bit of analysis looking into the groups that are able to take cases and the likelihood of success and the relative costs, because I'm concerned that some of the concerns are being a bit overstated, and I just want to get a sense of what is actually going on here. Have you been able to look into that, Liam?
Look, we have, Councillor, we've got some costs in terms of what it costs council, but I think the most experienced practitioner here is John McSweeney, and he'd understand over time the nature of the Environment Court, who takes matters there, and particularly relating to Wellington, because I'm sure there's also a bit of a variation region to district and city, etc. So over to John to try and answer that.
So I suppose it sort of depends on the nature of the appeal. So some appeals can be relatively straightforward and not that costly. It's when you start using lawyers and technical experts and go to a full hearing. And a lot of the process nowadays is there is a requirement on council to actively try to mediate appeals. So it'll be hard to guess how many we might receive. But last district plan review, there was over 100 appeals, but that was a very expensive process to resolve because most of it was a very legalistic type process. But so a lot of what happens now is that it is, say, officers talking directly with the appellants, and then it escalates further once if agreement cannot be met. And that's when the lawyers and all the technical experts come in, and that's when the costs of appeals really rise. So, and then in terms of who appeals, a whole range of different individuals, organisations, community organisations, residents groups have, as we know, Johnsonville Community Association appealed the medium density zone in Johnsonville, and also, you know, like the supermarkets and the bigger companies, you know, the development companies and that. So developers around in the city might well view some of the things in the draft district plan and think that that's not something they would support. So quite very difficult to sort of be too generalistic about that, but there's a whole range of different appeals and costs. I don't know if that answers your question, Councillor Simons.
Yeah, thanks so much.
Deputy Mayor and then Councillor Rush. I'll come back to you, Councillor Foon. You had a first crack, so.
So that process whereby you would sit down and try to mediate before getting as far as a court, how would that be altered if we were to approve the fast track process? Would you still have that ability to sit down and try to work through changes in the district plan once it had been notified? Or is that it? It's just notified and there's no more ability to influence?
Thanks, Deputy Mayor. No, well, I mean, the panel process allows that to occur as well. So it's a similar sort of arrangement. But once we notify and we appoint a panel, the panel has a number of avenues available to it to resolve matters.
But it doesn't sound as if it's as face-to-face as what people can do now with the mediation.
John might like to comment there, John, on the nature of it.
Very definitely would be face-to-face. So what commissioners will often try to do, and we have factored this into the time frame, is to say, okay, we have parties here who have differing views. Please, can you encourage you to come to a common position before you present back to us. So there is a mediation, informal type mediation process that's a decision made by the hearings panel, but certainly trying to resolve issues early in the process is part of, so the hearings process, absolutely, there'll be that type of process.
But my experience actually has been that doesn't happen, but maybe I've just been unfortunate in that respect.
I think early on, I think there's been a big progression over the years towards mediation and resolving things as early in the process as possible, rather than getting to, you know, opposing positions in the Environment Court. So that happens at the first instance hearing. That would be part of this process, as well as once there is appeal.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Rush.
I have actually asked a question already, so I think Councillor Foon probably, but mine's a quick one. Liam, John, try not to make this sound like debate, and I think I have. Did we signal we were going to do this throughout the consultation?
Would you like me to answer that, Liam?
Well, yes, sure, John. I mean, I think, John, the key point is that when the draft was consulted on, the amendment to the RMA hadn't occurred, but I'll let John answer.
That's exactly what I was going to say. We could not have anticipated this situation.
Okay, thanks, guys.
Councillor Foon. And then Councillor Matthews.
Thank you. Just a couple of questions on process. So if in the case that we do go through to a minister to make the final decision, could someone give me an explanation on what rights the minister has, or what that process will look like? Because I think it would be good to get an understanding of that. And also just reading a few of the what's out in the media at the moment, just in terms of a judicial review on going through this process? Like, are we opening ourselves up to that if we go through the fast tracking of the rest of the plan?
In terms of your first question, so the SPP bit, so the 40% bit, which goes straight to the minister. So obviously that will go to officials, and we will have to show obviously the bits of the district plan which are subject to the minister's approval. How that actually looks in detail, I'm not quite sure yet, but there will be a formatted approach that the hearings commissioners will need to follow, and we'll put it in a way that, you know, it's in draft form to the minister, and then the minister will obviously advise back as to any areas of concern and probably areas of support. But I don't know the exact process at this stage, Councillor Fern. In terms of judicial review, yes, there is. I mean, there is a potential for judicial review if we didn't have an SPP process but had a first schedule type process. You know, how, you know, the sort of what we've just discussed a bit around what's in the ISPP and what's out. And there's no, you know, exact definition or way. We've got to make what we think is the best decision about what's in which process. And yes, is judicial review risks or throughout any of the processes, because there will be groups out there maybe will question the process we've used, and they are entitled to go to the High Court in that instance. Of course, as Tony Randall said, you know, that is an expensive process and there are risks around that, but that is available to people if they choose to do that.
Thanks, John.
Thank you, councillors. There's one last go round. I think Councillor Rush, you still got your hand. No, he's got right. Councillor Matthews.
People are asking questions that are making me have to ask more questions.
I understand that. That's why I was trying not to keep on going round and round.
This is related to Councillor Rush's question. I just, if we could get a quick kind of summary from officers about what we submitted to the MDRS, because that was obviously a public signal about our approach to a fast tracking process with this
plan. I can answer that. Sorry, in terms of the submission on by council, yes. Well, requested that the council, because we're doing a full review and the concerns we had, you as councillors requested us to ask for the legislation to enable us to have the ability to take the full district plan through review through the intensified streamlined planning process. Now, that was not acted upon by the government, and so we're still trying to give effect to that resolution by councillors. So that's why we're bringing to you the streamlined planning process as an alternative but similar type process, which we can bring two separate processes together essentially as one.
Thank you. I think, John, you're illustrating the power of the decisions the council makes in guiding future activity. So, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. I've just remembered another question, which is a follow-up from the submission by Lynn Cadenhead. She said that it's not uncommon to have the district plan in different stages. And she said when it's notified, it does have some standing, even if it were to be going through a longer process to get ratified or whatever the final term is for it once it's finally approved. How would you respond to that? Is, you know, in terms of the fact that we would have some bits of the plan which were still subject to a different process from others, but that would they have some standing in terms of, you know, guiding some of the things that we're concerned about, that we're trying to put in extra provisions for?
I think I actually answered that question earlier.
I'm sorry if I didn't
Deputy
pick
Mayor.
it up,
Yeah,
but can you please answer it again?
And the answer is in the origins of our spatial plan process, which has been trying to produce a plan that's an integrated one, that's holistic and not done in parts. So it's quite common in other parts of New Zealand that for whatever reason, whether it's central government policy or the council themselves wanting to change specific policies in a plan to deal with issues emerging from the community, we chose not to do that. We chose to do our City Tomorrow, the spatial plan, and this draft district plan as one integrated piece of work. So it I think it was Lynn who made that comment. Obvious, a very well-known and understood comment from her in terms that often these are in pieces, but that wasn't the path this council chose. So John might want to
can I just maybe make my question a bit clearer, because that doesn't answer it. I understand our intention, I get that, but if we were to not approve this fast track process, which we didn't originally intend to do because it's all changed, what status does the guidance in the draft district plan have in terms of helping people understand what it might eventually be? How does it overlap with what's operative and what's draft? I suppose there's another way of putting it. So would we lose all the integrated bit because it's in 2 bits, or would there still be some guidance there in the notified part?
I could answer that perhaps.
Thank you, John.
So if for instance, we go along the current first schedule, the standard process, the ISPP, what would happen is we'll have the operative district plan, the one we've currently got. So if an applicant comes in, they'll have to look at potentially almost three district plans. They'll have to look at the operative, they'll have to look at the intensified streamlined planning process, which will run a shorter process. And then the other bits, the 40% that we're talking to you about, would go through a longer process because it'll be hearings and appeals. And so there could be parts of that part of the plan that would remain unresolved for a number of years because of appeals. And so an applicant, say for an apartment development that wants to do lots of different things, development may have to look at all 3 of those. And it's very complicated because they have different weighting as they go along the process. So what Lynn Kaunihera was referring to is that the standard process is that you often have to look at the operative plan and say a plan change or a district plan review. And there's a weighting that happens. But because of the way it's being split like this, there's potential for 3 different types of processes. It would be very complicated. And for that reason, and we'd lose that integration that we really need. And so that's why we're suggesting this process. Does that answer?
Yes, it does. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Calvert.
My question is probably not of officers, but of the amendment. And I just wondered, and I'm not sure whether that should be done in your introduction. But Meg, can I ask that question or?
Well, it depends. If you're asking the question of me, that's one thing. If you're asking officers their view, then do that now.
No, I'm not. I just want some clarification. So I'm not asking officers of their view.
Okay, right, that's fine.
Mayor Foster, if I may, because this may be relevant to whatever it was Councillor Calvert wished to ask. I have had a couple of people message me directly, a little confused about whether this is an amendment or not. And as I understand it, you're proposing a pathway forward, which is actually the opposite to the advice of staff. Therefore, I'm clarifying that this is not a normal amendment. The Mayor is actually putting forward an alternative substantive. And because the questions here have been quite wide-ranging, it may be useful to ask Liam before you enter into the debate to simply summarise officers' advice so that everyone understands the difference between what the Mayor is putting and the recommendation that officers have put. Thank you.
Councillor Calvert, is that what you wanted to know? You want to say, maybe if you can ask your question, then if officers are going to help, going to add some value to it, then they can do that at the same time. Before we get into
so it was number 3 of your substantive, which was you requesting officers to come back with more detailed advice, chapter by chapter, on what needs to be sent through the intensification streamlining process, are you meaning the stuff that is not already going through that process? Is that is that what you mean by that?
The reason for asking that question is that officers have clearly indicated that that at least some of those issues, there's obviously a judgment call that's been exercised as to whether they have to go through the IS, and I do stress that we have to go through the ISPP process, or whether there's some judgment that's been exercised there. That was the reason for asking that question, and then people can decide whether, and that's why I was looking for that clarity from officers as well, as to whether they are rock solid. I mean, if somebody, for example, were to take a judicial review about which ones we've decided to go through the ISPP process, will be, that kind of question might come up. It's the kind of question you could see be arising.
Is it appropriate then we can provide some clarification to that, Mayor Foster?
That will be helpful.
So look, John made a comment that that's easy to do, but I don't think he was necessarily. I mean, my position remains the same on behalf of the officers, that we don't support the amendment. So the point he was making is, in fact, Amendment 3, the work has already been done. It's in your attachments. We've got advice from MFE. MFE have come back and said, whilst they're not formally advised, the officers are saying, we think your reading's pretty spot on, and that's why we're saying it's a 60-40 split, and that split looks to be affirmed by MFE as well. So whilst John said we can get the information to you, I don't think we need to. It's in your papers, it's in the attachment, and you need to be taking it as read and make a decision accordingly. Delaying this matter any further or putting that level of detail to the 14th, how long's a piece of string? I think John's given the answer, and it's an accurate one.
Okay, look, thank you. Councillor Condi. Sorry, Councillor Calvert, are you finished?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Condi.
Thank you. I just wanted to come on and say that I would like the advice that Barbara's just suggested we get from Liam, just restating the position, particularly in light of the amendment being, or the amended substantive being the direct opposite of the officer recommendations before we move to debate.
Thanks, Liam. Did you want to sort of wrap up your overall advice, which I think you've kind of done? We should have got that, but never mind. They've been asked to do it again, so away you go.
Yeah, okay. So what's before you isn't a question of policy, it's a question of process. And as instructed by you, when we went out on the draft district plan, we're told to look at the potential to fast track. We've gone and done that. So what we're proposing to do is to augment, if you like, with the government's ISPP process, another process that is available to us called an SPP process, to encourage the minister to entertain one holistic consideration of the planning scheme, and that would with one panel and one process. So it is basically not only intuitive for the community, but efficient and streamlined to demonstrate council's intent, and council's key priority this term in particular is to try to address as much as possible the housing crisis. The advice in the paper is quite clear on that. It has a number of attachments which offer further evidence to where we think that split is and why we think the split is going to create more problems than we currently are facing if we adopt and recommend a holistic approach to a planning scheme process. And based on the recommendation you're putting before us, it's going against what officers are recommending in its entirety, I think.
I understand that. Councillor Rush, is that another question?
I was hoping to actually sort of ask it so Liam can put it into his answer. I guess Liam, the question is, actually, I think I know the answer, so no, it's fine.
Well, that would be helpful not to add to it then. Right. Okay, councillors, that looks as though that is all the questions. So, councillors, I'm going to move the paper, and I think Councillor Pannett has. You want some time out, do you, Councillor Foon? Right. Councillors, well, I'm going to ask you a question. We're at 12, almost 12:15 now. Do you want to do lunch now and then come back? Okay, I'm getting lots of nods. Should we say 45 minutes? So we can come back. Let's come back at 1 o'clock. Cool. Okay, done. Well, welcome back, councillors. I hope everybody's had a good break. I can see Fleur's out in the sunshine, looks good. Right. Sean, Terry, are you back? See Terry's there. Sean? This is a bit like when you get on the football field and you're counting to make sure both sides have got 11 players.
That's something
You've got to count to 14.
Sorry, we're one team, Andy.
Sorry?
We're one team.
Oh well, I didn't mean in those terms, but you know what I mean. At least your own team's got that all the players. Yeah, exactly. You know what I mean.
Do you have any
Right,
bruises
are we all
from the weekend, Andy? The DC football game?
Well, sorry?
Do you have any bruises? Did you?
No, I don't. Do you?
Yes.
Look, just as an aside before we start again, Terry's tackling is distinctly uncompromising. There were some very full-blooded tackles. We were most impressed.
Is this on Twitter?
Yeah.
Where's the netball game?
I'm not sure they were diplomatically appropriate tackles, but no, they looked fair and hard. We'll work on the netball game, Fleur. Right, I think we're all here. I count right. Cool. Okay. Okay, councillors. I'm going to move the paper now. So this is not about the policies in the district plan, just so that anybody watching is clear about that. It's about the process that we go through. What's quite clear is that we have a choice over part of our plan to go through the conventional process or to go through the ISPP process. We have no choice over the other part of the plan. That's been decided for us by government in their wisdom through the former Minister of Housing. There is a question in my mind anyway about which parts are actually 100% necessarily under the ISPP process, and that's why 3 is there. If all of those hold up, that's fine. If they don't, I have the suspicion that's one of the areas people might contest or challenge. To me, the district plan's always been intended to be the community's collective way of guiding the future shape of our city, of their city. And I'd really, having gone through the whole process with District Plan 1, the only survivor of that, I'd really hope that the second generation district plan will be able to build on the things we learned through the first generation district plan and all of its various amendments and plan changes, etc., and be a really empowering process for our community to be involved in. And I've always encouraged people when we've done plan changes to say, look, whether you like what we're proposing or don't, put a submission in, give yourself the chance of having a say, giving yourself the chance of making a difference and it's all about, for me, it's about empowering the community and doing that in the most democratic way we reasonably can achieve. I've also always believed in working with communities to help shape their places, and whether that's local things like town centres in Karori, or the discussions we've had around the Miramar Peninsula, or as Felicity noted, and many of you have been part of that with me, walking some of the streets of our suburbs and hearing the stories about those places and hearing what matters to people and looking at the character of them and how that character fits together or doesn't fit together. I did want to acknowledge Felicity Wong's comments about Mr. Hodgetts' kind offer, as she put it, to undertake community placemaking. Of course, that's something I would have supported, I did support, but as a council collectively, we decided that we didn't want to do that. Personally, I'm disappointed because that would have allowed more of these conversations to happen, whether in a regulatory process or a non-regulatory process. None of that, of course, means that people will always get what they want. There's always give and take in these sort of things, and that's what the process is about. So it's about what is the process. And I wanted to say to you, to highlight to you the Wellington Airport case, which is regarded as the case in terms of what consultation means in terms of the local government. It goes all the way back to 1993. And what it says is consultation involves the statement of a proposal not yet fully decided upon, listening to others, what others have to say, considering their responses, and then deciding what is to be done. And so there's a lot of things that sit around that. So but that's really important. As we've gone through this debate, and I've got to say the whole debate around the district plan has been quite difficult and divisive. It's incumbent on us to try and bring people back together again as much as we possibly can. There's been people labelled, it's been sort of seen as being about haves and have-nots. It's been seen about assets and people being greedy. But I don't see houses as just assets. I see them as homes, the places that people bring families up, the places that people have memories in, places that people invest their time, their passion, their love in, and the communities that sit as a collection of those homes. And for me, the best that we can do is to give people as much say as they possibly can in shaping those communities and those homes. Successive governments have cut right across that, and I think that is reprehensible. Mr. Hodgetts also said that process is king, and I might be taking that slightly out of the context in which he meant to say it. But in my opinion, we've had some horrible processes imposed on the community by successive governments. Of course, last government we had let's go back to the national government. We had the special housing legislation. You know what I think of that. And then this time we've had the National Policy Statement on Urban Development, which actually is the creature not of legislation, but of a minister's decision. And if you look at what was handed down, it bore very little resemblance to the consultation document that preceded it. And I have asked MFTE about that, and they said it was a political decision. And I don't like that approach at all. The approach of intensification, absolutely the right approach, but it's got to be done thoughtfully in the right locations with the right design. I really believe in the value of a planned approach, and that's why I've suggested having an urban development agency sitting alongside, or some sort of urban development component sitting alongside Let's Get Wellington Moving. And I think that's necessary for the successful delivery, coordinated delivery of Let's Get Wellington Moving as a transport and urban development package. I did want to correct one thing that Felicity Wong said today. The timing of the decisions we've got to make around the district plan are not driven merely by the election timetable. What they are driven by is the MPS. And the MPS says that we have to notify the relevant parts of our plan change. It's not just Wellington City Councils, every Tier 1 and Tier 2 have to do that by the 20th of August. So there is no choice around that. That was always the timetable we were working to, and May or June, even before the MPS came out, May or June of this year was the timetable we were working to. And then, of course, we had the out of the blue Enabling Housing Supply Amendment Act. I got a phone call about, I think it was 2 hours before the legislation was proposed from the minister, which wasn't a heck of a lot of a heads up on that. And I know that some of the other Tier 1 mayors, similar length of time, if not less. And of course, there was a very perfunctory consultation process before the legislation was passed. And it wasn't just the 3x3 stuff, or the ISPP process. And I think New Zealanders deserve better than that. So I guess in putting that context, I'm saying, in a sense, it's kicking back against the processes which have been imposed on us. And one of the things I would say is we've got to make, one of the parts of the decision we've got to make is, do you rely on the minister for being the final arbiter of decisions where council and in the ISPP process, hearings commissioners disagree, or would you prefer to have a court being able to do that? Given the track record we've seen and that I've kind of laid out, I would prefer the court to do that, even if that is a less efficient and more expensive process. All that said, I completely understand the rationale that officers have put in front of us for an integrated approach. It is definitely more efficient. It is definitely less confusing, although I think the whole process will be confusing enough for people anyway. I'm not sure that I agree with their analysis that it will give you three, not going through the conventional process would actually give you 3 plans. It will give you 2 plans, one of which is the current plan, one of which is the proposed plan. It is just that different parts of the proposed plan will be at different stages of their development. In terms of the negatives, look, the big negative to me, and I think we've also had a lot of discussion about this, is what it says about democracy. And democracy, almost by definition, is not the most efficient creature in the world, but it's still the best. And I just want to highlight what we did with our current. The other bit is that the conventional process allows council or councillors to still have some role in the hearings process. Now, that may scare the living daylights out of possibly most of us, but I do reflect back on having gone through that process with past councils, and it was done professionally, thoughtfully, collaboratively, and I think done really, really well. So it is possible for councillors to do that, and I will always defend councillors as a collective whole in their capacity to be able to do those regulatory jobs, whether it's sitting on resource consent hearings or whether it's sitting on plan changes, to do a really good job in that. And the final point I want to make is about appeals. The Office of Paper clearly says there will be appeals if the process is the conventional process. What that says to you is that there are things which people think are worth appealing. It says that there are things which people are willing to commit time, energy, and money because they want to have that debate more than just going to the original hearing. That's because people care about those issues. Now, the councils past actually had a district plan appeals subcommittee to try and resolve some of those and working with officers, and most of them got dealt with by going through a mediation process or a negotiation process, but some didn't. And they did go through the court process. And those things take time. And so really, to me, councillors, this is an exercise in weighing up, do you want to go down the longer process for part of our plan, which is a more democratic process, but it is a less efficient process, or do you want the more efficient process? And I'm leaning to democracy, and so that is why I'm moving the motions that I'm moving. Kia ora. Councillor Panic.
Thank you, Mayor Foster. And I'd first like to just start by thanking the staff for their work on this. It's been a very difficult job. And look, this is a difficult debate because we're basically trying to argue between two competing and very important environmental objectives. On one hand, there have been multiple institutional and political failures on the environment over and over and over again, catastrophic failures. So why we're facing the crises today? So challenging ministerial decisions and having the right to go to court is critical, but there is of course also an urgent need to put measures in place to ensure people have a great place to live whilst our environment is protected and as quickly as possible. I absolutely acknowledge that we have, as environmentalists, have long called for integrated decision making. Having two processes is at best unhelpful. And at worst will end up with bad outcomes for the environment. And I don't need to state the urgency around climate change and the ecological disaster on our doorstep. However, and it was made out, one of the points made by one of our colleagues, there must be a check on executive power. Allowing a minister to decide on our SPP is unacceptable. And you cannot negotiate away the rights that people have under our legal system. Rights of appeal are critical to a good legal system and to democracy. Parliament cannot have absolute power. First of all, decisions also must be challenged. Decision makers should show humility that we may have got things wrong. And I am very open to having some of the things that I have done challenged, like the provisions around affordable housing. I consider it paternalistic to, if anyone puts forward the argument that powerless groups should not be able to appeal. You don't have to be rich to appeal. It is difficult, but it is possible to raise the money. And so when you deny some people the right to not to appeal, you deny that to everyone, and that is not acceptable to me. The Environment Court action has been critical to stopping bad things happening to our environment. Councillor Paul will be familiar with the King Salmon case, for example, a very, very important legal decision in the Supreme Court. And we must look at the cumulative impact of these constant attacks on our legal and political systems to stop people having a say. But public participation is at the heart of the RMA, and that principle needs to be protected. And I have been consistent in calling for more participation rather than less. The fact that we are not consulting on the decision is highly problematic. Yes, there is urgency, but there's always urgency. So I don't think that argument holds up. And there are other mechanisms to achieve change around buildings and our environment we, of course, are taking up at the moment. Costs, well, it costs what it costs. That's just not a reason to trade off bad environmental and social outcomes. And then I just want to finish by saying, for those who are very passionate about more densification, you will get that, because as long as a number of other conditions are comply, because they are going through the ISPP process. And furthermore, of course, a new RMA plan is going to be required if reform happens of the RMA, because we will have to develop a regional plan. So there will be other opportunities to fix things that need to be. And anything, of course, that you might feel you've won now can be challenged again in that process. So I think this is a very, very sound amendment. We need to stop undermining the RMA and the protection of our environment. That is the critical thing. Labor and National have consistently attacked our environment, and it needs to stop now. It is a crisis. Kia ora.
Kia ora, Councillor Planet. Councillor Paul, and then Condi, and then Fitzsimons.
Kia ora koutou. I just wanted to begin by sympathising with the views of people who want to retain their appeal rights, and acknowledge Councillor Planet's points about how important appeal rights have been, specifically in Wellington, opposing the Basin Reserve highway through the city. And as Councillor Planet said, yes, I'm familiar with the King Salmon case, but I'm also familiar with the failing of the Environment Court in upholding the mana and integrity of the environment of iwi Māori and the community. Within my own iwi, we have been failed by the Environment Court, by the High Court, and by the Supreme Court when challenging a water consent to remove and drain one of our precious water springs. So I want to challenge this assumption that the Environment Court does uphold the best interests of communities, iwi, and the environment in the first place. Is it likely that people will need access to appeal rights based on the remaining 40% of the proposed district plan? I personally think it's unlikely, given the most contentious parts of our plan, intensification, significant natural areas, heritage, and natural hazards will go through the streamlined process. Let's be clear, we are deciding on parts of the plan that are reasonably insignificant. We need to take them in isolation from the wider district plan. And I actually do think it's a bit of an indictment on us as councillors that the public feel that we cannot influence small changes on our district plan, and that they need to actively consider the most nuclear option, which is going to the courts, and that we can't influence that change as councillors. So I will be supporting streamlining the remainder of the plan. The most obvious reason is that it makes a lot of sense to put it through one process. I think that it makes it confusing to put it through two processes, and based on feedback that I've heard, it's clear that people wish to appeal on matters that will be streamlined anyway. I think it's dangerous to put it through two separate timelines, because that means that intensification will happen faster than the other changes in the plan, which means you will not get well-functioning neighbourhoods that take in the holistic and diverse needs of communities and the environment, and that is truly density done well, which is taking it holistically. The second reason is that putting it through two processes is going to make it unattractive to work at the council, and that's because that will mean that Wellington City Council planners are the only planners in the country who will be stuck in the past doing a standard RMA process while trying to understand and adapt to a changing planning environment, with the Natural and Built Environment Act coming in and the Strategic Planning Act. And as a studying planner, and as someone who could go and work for, say, Kaunihera or in the private sector, that's looking a lot more attractive than having to try and manage that past and future planning environment. So we've got to think about turnover of our own planners and making sure we have the best planners in the country. So finally, the other thing I just wanted to say is that regardless of if the government changes, I think both major political parties have made it clear that they support this bill, and that it's inevitable that intensification will be streamlined. So we actually need to make this work, I think. And I just think, on balance, it's not a clear black and white decision, and I acknowledge both sides of the decision, but I think there are greater outcomes for everybody and the city and the environment if we do it all through one process. So kia ora, thank you. That's my karo.
Kia ora, Councillor Paul, and thank you for that acknowledgement of both sides of the argument. Councillor Condi.
Thank you. And I'd just like to tautoko everything that Councillor Paul just said. It was an excellent speech. And I appreciate Councillor Pennant and Mayor Foster that you both gave quite measured speeches, which is wonderful. But I have to admit, I still was feeling quite angry after I was listening to you both. And the reason is that we are in the middle of an extreme housing crisis. We are in the worst housing crisis this country has seen, as far as I can see, since World War II. And so I can appreciate why you're trying to balance off various things, and that is important. But for me, the most important thing is that we get density done as quickly as we can, and we get density done well. And both of you, but especially Mayor Foster, you've used the Environment Court to try and prevent housing being built in the city before. The reason that the government, not just the government, every party in our parliament, apart from ACT, supported the streamlined process, because they understand the significance of the housing crisis that we're facing. And the housing crisis has been brought about, at least in part, by city councils' ongoing failures to provide sufficient development capacity to keep up with demand, which is what we're trying to sort out. Now, I admit the ISPP is going to be dealing with all of those key issues around intensification, but it's also really important that we do density well. And I've been consistently saying to people we're going to do density done well. And my concern is if we go through a standard RMA process, the density will be ready to roll out in the next 18 months, and the done well parts will take 6 or 7 years until they're ready to go. There's one example happening right now live in Tawa. There's a resource consent that's been publicly notified for a development of, I think, 24 units up to 4 stories. There is no car parking provided there because it is no longer required under the MPSUD. But there is also no car share parking, no bike parking, no mobility parking, nowhere for you to provide other kinds of transport modes. And the requirements for that kind of parking is in the bit of the plan you want us to take 7 years to get to. So we would have a whole bunch of developments going in where they don't require car parking, but we don't yet have the rules in place to require them to provide other kinds of transport. And that's just one example of what will be many examples of how this will break down because we're not moving forward with an integrated plan. Obviously, split plans exist, but all of those were designed to be separated from the outset. We have been working for years on building a single integrated plan that officers would then have to go back and figure out how to take apart into separate pieces. It's a very different situation to when you sit down and design a plan change that is a separate piece. And the other thing I think we need to consider is with RMA reform on the very near horizon, we could end up with half a plan when the new legislation comes into place. And for me, that's a bit like we're going to have to go and work with our neighbouring councils in the region. That's been a really strong signal. And my concern is that would be a bit like us going to a party half-dressed. The rest of our councils will be fully dressed with fully functional plans, and we will be halfway through a very messy process. And as they say, naked people have very little influence on society. And personally, I would like Wellington City Council to be well placed to have as much influence on a new regional plan as we can. And I think the streamlining process is what will give us that. I want to acknowledge my parents have in fact taken Kapiti Coast District Council to the Environment Court over a district plan change that affected their home, and they were successful in that. So I do not underestimate the importance of that as a route for people. It is a very difficult issue. However, I think all of the things that I've set out is what previously is why I'm landing in this direction. I will note that if we do go down the fast track option, as I hope we do, that will make me more conservative in considering what goes into the district plan, being really aware that there won't be Environment Court appeals. So for example, I don't think the significant natural areas in its current form would be appropriate for fast tracking, and I would like to see significant changes there, and I'm looking forward to the officer advice. So just signalling that fast track process will certainly change how I view that. Councillor Pennant, I do have humility. We may have been wrong. We may have made mistakes, but there will be submissions, further submissions, hearings, and mediation. Plenty of opportunities for things like that to yet be flushed out. Therefore, I'm just going to signal here that I'm foreshadowing that should motion 2 fail, which I hope that it will, I will move the original officer recommendations. And that I also hope that you will all vote against option 3, because I think that is simply a chance for political nitpicking into a piece of work that officers have completed, and that in fact could potentially open us up to more judicial review, not less, over this process. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Condi, and thank you for the process. You've got a seconder for that, which okay, cool.
Yes,
at least we have that. So we'll take that as foreshadowed. Yeah, because I'm taking that we basically will have one debate effectively. So yeah, cool. Thank you. Councillor Matthews, do you want to go next then?
Sure.
And then Councillor Fitzsimons.
To make up for that other time, Claire, that you put me down as speaking one. Kia ora koutou. I guess for me, and I do appreciate the comments that Councillor Paul made about seeing both sides of these kind of arguments, and I think we could, we could easily have a debate of the value and the merits and the purposes of the appeal process, but obviously that is not our decision. But I just want to say that not everybody sees it as their democratic right that they have in any way real access to. In actual fact, they see it as another way to lock them out of the process that we're talking about. And I guess when I first saw that officers were proposing this as a decision we would have to make, I actually thought this was, whilst I recognise that some councillors would be uncomfortable, I also thought it's so clearly the decision that needed to be made. I am shocked actually that we seem to be so, divided, or this, this could be a very close vote, because, this would never be a move that would be even considered in the private sector, for example, that you would choose deliberately a process that was more difficult, more complicated and more expensive and would take longer. And actually those kind of things about our processes being exhaustive and taking forever is one of the things that the public have an issue with local government about. And here we are potentially proving them right, which I hope we don't do. I guess that I know that this is our plan. And I actually probably don't like much of what might be in the 40%, or don't like it, but it's not important to me. It's important to many of you. And so, it's actually the more localised response that many of you say was important is in that part of the plan. So why you wouldn't want it in place with the same timing as the densification process is actually quite a mystery to me. And I believe that the amended substantive as put up by the Mayor doesn't allow the plan to retain its integrity as a whole, and it would be a massive own goal for Wellington City Council. It would make it more difficult and take longer to achieve all of our goals, not least because we would take already extremely complicated plans and rules and force our staff and the public to deal with multiple iterations at once, slowing down all of the things that we need to achieve urgently. I do note the move to cling to our usual way of doing things as being spearheaded by the most long-serving councillors on this council. And I guess what I would say is that business as usual approach has actually got us where we are today, with a housing crisis, with an ecological crisis, with a climate crisis. And the climate and the ecological crisis are very related to the fact that we have not allowed our housing to densify. So I think now is not the time for business as usual methods which failed. Now is the time.
Councillor, can I get you to wrap up? Sorry, I've already given you about 30 seconds extra.
Sure. I was going to say now is the time for action, and I hope that we do take action and take the opportunity to streamline our processes for once.
Thanks, Councillor. It's the challenge of trying to both watch the time and take notes from what you're saying. So, Simons.
Thanks, Mayor Foster. And I do just want to start by acknowledging your reference to the political context that we find ourselves in, because what we have seen is successive governments try to tell local government how to build houses, because we have failed as local government. We have failed to plan to build enough houses, and successive governments have tried different pieces of legislation to fix that failure. And it's a serious failure. There's human casualties arising from this failure. It's those people who can't find an affordable rental house, those people who could never possibly think that they would be able to buy a house. These are the failures that we have created as local government, and that I think we have a moral obligation to fix. There are some claims that this is undemocratic. There is nothing undemocratic about a council making a decision to speed up a process in response to a housing crisis. There will be independent commissioners. There will be 2 lots of submissions. We make decisions in this way all the time. I've been a lawyer for, I think, 15 years now, and I can tell you, litigation is to be avoided at all costs. It's expensive, it's arbitrary, and it favours those with deep pockets. Having a right to appeal to the Environment Court simply adds to the cost of housing. I'm also getting a sense from some that there are attempts to relitigate decisions made in the spatial plan. And I want to refer to some of those, because even those submitters who objected to our decisions on character and our decisions on density would usually add that they wanted to see more affordable, more accessible housing and proper planning for infrastructure. And so by supporting the officer recommendations today, we are actually enabling that to happen. And that was a key concern that came through from many submitters. It's exactly what the paper from officers proposes. I don't accept that the Mayor's proposal is going to help people into housing. It is going to mean a confusing process, an expensive process, and a process which leads to houses being built slower and costing more. Those who need housing can't wait. I can't believe that it's acceptable to anyone that we would have a process that took between 5 and 7 years in the midst of a housing crisis. We asked for a way for this to be sped up. We've got it now. So now we have an obligation to agree to it. I hope that people will consider young people when they cast their vote today.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Day, a nice spot there.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, good. This is a bit of a trial. I'm sitting outside the library, so I'm not disturbing everyone, but I'm still using the Wi-Fi, so it might not
Very
work.
good work.
And I wasn't really intending on speaking, but I just everyone has shared some really interesting perspectives on how this will actually play out in reality. And I just wanted to share that from my perspective in the Northern Ward, Takapuna Northern Ward, we've spent years helping the community grapple with a lot of environmental issues through talking about the district plan process, and that is where a lot of this will be addressed. And it terrifies me that we're going to have to tell the community that they're going to have
frozen.
to wait for 5 years while and watch flooding, more developments happening that could be so much better. Am I cutting out?
Yes,
but can you hear me?
Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, yes.
It was fine until I spoke. But yeah, I think I feel a bit sad that we could let it all kind of get so out of kilter when actually we're all coming at it with wanting to do better for the community and do better for the environment. And I think in some ways we're giving false hope for people thinking that by separating these processes out that they're going to feel satisfied. I think it's sort of a misleading expectation that, okay, you can go and challenge something, but actually is that going to give you or the community the outcomes that you're actually wanting? And you know, we've got so many people in Wellington who really care about the environment and are watching it change and have watched it change and want to see it you know, healthier and a better place to live. And it does surprise me when, you know, we've got councillors who are so passionate about environmental protection and care, but yet they will put the individual rights ahead of that. And I think we all know that when we're looking at climate change and our responses, collective is the only way we can go. And actually the collective way that we grow our cities and that we develop communities has to come above individual needs and rights and desires. And we've seen what that's done to cities, and I would support what the officers had put forward. Kia ora.
Kia ora. Thank you for soldiering on through that, Councillor Day.
Thank you.
I think we got the gist anyway. Councillor Rush.
Thanks, Your Worship. So I've sort of oscillated around what I'm going to do on this vote. I didn't, a bit like you, Councillor Matthews, I didn't think that this would be so dramatic, if you like. It's been painted like as if we were to accept the Mayor's amendment, that we're going to undo all that work we did in the spatial plan and the vote, and yet that's just simply not the case. The reality is that the Mayor's amendment reflects how the district plan was consulted on, how it was drafted, how it was going to have to be implemented until something else happened with Parliament, and now we've got another option. And I totally agree with the sentiment that a streamlined approach where it's all integrated does seem much more attractive. And when I say it does seem, I just don't really have that feel for it, because we spent hours going over the district plan, the spatial plan. We spent a long time listening to people, understanding their issues. We had workshops with the officers about how this plan would be implemented in the two-stage kind of thing that it is. And I'm not 100% sure that by integrating the whole lot together is going to deliver a better outcome. But my gut sense is it will, a better one. But I just simply don't have that feeling. But I think my overwhelming concern here, folks, is I remember at the very beginning, and I stood in front of a room full of people in Kilburnie, and I said to them, hey, we're going to have high density around here because the government's told us so. There's nothing we can do about it. And we all used that line around the city and avoided a debate with our residents around those issues. And here we are going a lot further, taking away an appeal right to the Environmental Court. Now, I accept, Councillor Paul, the courts aren't perfect, but nevertheless, they are one of the three mechanisms of a functioning democracy, and it is the last resort to keep a handle on power being exercised by the executive. So as a lawyer, I am very cautious on removing that right. As a city planner, I want to reflect the thing that I've been consulting on. As an elected official, I want to look the people in the eye and say, the plan you're getting is the one I told you about, that has the rights that I thought were going to be there when we started this conversation. So I will be supporting the Mayor's amendment.
Thanks, Councillor Rush. Councillor Calvert.
Thank you, Mayor. Look, I've just noted, I just want to check a few things out re our standing orders, because I noticed that you've moved the motion with the recommendations. Now, there's been a foreshadowed amendment should that motion be passed. Now, if I look at standing orders 21.11 and I look at Appendix 5, which shows a nice little flow chart, and since we're all talking about process and how effective process is, and you look at that and you don't see anything in there that enables, after the vote on the substantive motion has been taken, for an amendment to happen. So unless I'm reading it wrong, but I just wanted to double check with that.
Councillor, I think the what Councillor Condi was talking about is should my recommendations fail.
Yeah, but where does our standing orders enable that to happen?
I will get Jen to give us advice on that.
Usually Heidi's lead advisor for this. I'll let her do that. She's been preparing a response for you, Councillor Calvert, via email.
I just think it's important, because I'd hate for Councillor Condi to miss moving an amendment because our IT process doesn't enable it.
Through you, Your Worship, should the original motion or the amended substantive motion fail, then Councillor Condi does have the opportunity to move another motion, as it were. So not necessarily as an amendment, but as a foreshadowed motion.
Correct.
Can you tell me which standing order that is?
I'll have to come back to you on the exact number, but it's similar to, you know, when we move a motion like the meeting duration or to extend a meeting, it's just an additional motion. So if Mayor Foster's clause 2 and 3 lapse, then all we have is receive the information, and councillors are welcome to move further motions on that point.
Okay. Councillor, do you wish to speak?
Yeah, well, and that might be interesting for future papers, knowing that.
We are a little unusual, as I understand it, in councils, in that we most councils actually it is the elected members who decide what they're going to move. So,
yeah, but I think one of the
Calvert.
key issues is that the amendment that I would have moved would have been a direct negative of the motion that Mayor Foster has put on the table, which is why we can't do a normal amendment process.
Well, yeah. Okay. Councillor Calvert, now speaking to the actual issue here, please.
Speak to the actual issue. And look, thank you, officers, for clearly laying out the process of pros and cons, and showing how efficient the process can be. But an efficient process does not necessarily mean an effective process. And I think we've got to be very careful of what outcomes do we want to achieve, and does the means justify the ends? And I believe in this case, on officers' advice, it doesn't. I've listened to the detailed responses. We've had quite a bit of feedback via social media, emails from various people, letting us know the pros and cons of all of this. And I have to say the irony in the situation is not lost on me, because basically we are using a fundamental democratic process to vote on this matter about removing a fundamental democratic process. So, and that doesn't sit well with me. And so I know whilst government has determined some things will not need to go through a democratic process, that does not mean that we have to follow that all the way through. So, so just to keep it very simple, I really just think this is a fundamental right. It's the cornerstone of our democracy, being able to use the courts through appeal processes. And I would really be concerned as pretty much lay people trying to influence that, because our court process, our democracy has been built up over hundreds, thousands of years. And I do not want to reduce it by even what something does appear very minor. So I will be supporting the Mayor's motion. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Calvert. Councillor Foon, then Councillor Young.
Kia ora. This has been a very challenging decision that we've got ahead of us today, as we can hear by many of the arguments that have come forward. I think for me, I just do want to thank everyone for their perspectives. It's been really useful, but also to the community that's been involved with this conversation, especially ERG. It's also really important for me that we have the mana whenua perspective before us today, before we go anywhere with this plan. And my understanding is that both iwi are comfortable with where we're at. I think for me then it comes down to what Councillor Condi said, which is the density done, but without being done well. And I've stood in front of my community and said that I've had to walk alongside them while we know that the density will be done. So then to not have it done well and for 5 to 7 years later wouldn't be acceptable to me. So I am not supportive of the Mayor's move today. Thank you.
Short and to the point. Thank you, Councillor Foon.
All right, you cut out. Is it me now?
Yes.
So
we can't see you though.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Well, I just, for those of you who don't realise, I was elected through a democratic process, as indeed we all were, to represent the people of Lambton and as a Wellington City Councillor. So I believe in democracy. I think it's something we all treasure in New Zealand because many places in the world don't have it, as we can see in Eastern Europe at the moment. So I have been really surprised at the number of people who have contacted me about this particular issue. Very unexpected quarters in some cases. And not one person has asked me to support the original proposal. So as a representative of Wellingtonians, not everyone voted for me, but they might do next time. As a representative of Wellingtonians, not of officers, I will be supporting the Mayor's proposal.
Again, short and sweet. Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you, councillors. It will not surprise most of you today that my priorities lie with the climate and ecological crisis and the housing crisis before us. Not a single person I could see in my neighbourhood growing up, whether that be an elected representative nor somebody that's shared the same kind of housing, would be the kind of person to have deep enough pockets to challenge the local authority and take them to court. They were simply just trying to find a warm, safe, dry home to live in, and they were trying to put food on the table. And to me, in 2022, a lot of those issues are still right, and I do not see the courts as an accessible process for caring for people and families that are in severe housing deprivation, nor in my groups that are in the ecological and climate restoration types. Now is the time to build a city that recognises that we are in the midst of a climate crisis and a housing crisis, and it is not the town to allow for more suburban sprawl and car-centric neighbourhoods. With safe streets and families, where dull concrete car parks are replaced by thriving green spaces, a lot of the mahi we have done to plan alongside community. And I would just like to reiterate with the comments of this morning that several councillors have gone out and walk alone to look at heritage suburbs, to look at green spaces and the like. And the future isn't just a pipe dream, it's a possibility if we take bold, decisive action on the district plan now. Wellingtonians are not saying, oh, we'll have a housing crisis in the next 7 years. I guess we'll just wait for Wellington City Council to get it together. No, we all know as elected members, as people that are here to represent community, that we've been told time and time again, it is unaffordable for our public servants to live here. It is unaffordable for our social housing tenants to live here. It is unaffordable for people like me, young people. It is unaffordable for young artists. It is unaffordable for creative and innovative sectors to live in this city. I can't sit here today and tell you that I would be making a responsible decision, being so aware by the community that surrounds me that they cannot afford a home right now, and that we're going to have to tell them, wait 7 years, or if you've got deep enough pockets, then you can take that avenue. When in reality, we have had one of the most significant and awesome and important communities engaged in this most recent spatial plan process. Our City Tomorrow started in 2017. I remember engaging then, and I'm so proud that we've been listening to young people, disabled communities, mana whenua, queer communities, renters and single parents over the last year and a half. They all spoke of wanting cheaper public transport, more shared green spaces, community hubs to spend time with friends and whānau. However, what came up the most time and time again is the need for more homes that are affordable, accessible and sustainable. And we cannot deliver density alongside a fragmented plan without the other aspects involved. We know that immediate action is needed to enable more housing for families who need it now. We want to make sure that the housing is built in response to a climate-friendly and sustainable way and protecting our waterways. And to that, I lay on the table for those of us, those councillors that have engaged in supporting the natural environment in our ecological crisis. I challenge you what you're going to do over the next 7 years when we build density without water-sensitive urban design, when we build density without other ways to respond to climate-friendly projects and more sustainable planning for green space in our city. That is exactly what your residents have told you. Is like, we can have density, but right now we don't feel the infrastructure is in place to be built alongside it. And so in particular, to the two Lambton councillors who I know have spoke, your residents have said that they want infrastructure alongside it. And I challenge you about what we're going to do if this is fast-tracked and there's no infrastructure. And with that, councillors, I'd just like to thank and acknowledge officers and acknowledge the mana and the amount of relationships that have gone into it. And I want to acknowledge Taraki Whānui and Ngāti Toa for their indicative support of where we are at now. And I guess just to lay that challenge out to, in particular, my other colleagues that are considering not going for a streamlined process today and instead want to fragment infrastructure away from housing. Kia ora.
Anyone else? Okay, right reply. I've got to say there was some things which were said in the debate which I'm not quite sure actually ring quite true. Regardless of what we do today, the whole plan will go out together. The only issue is how fast it will go through the process and which process it will go. So they'll start in one. There'll be the rabbit, and there'll be the hare, there'll be the hare and the relative tortoise. And within the tortoise bits, if you like, if this is to pass, some bits can be dealt with faster and some bits can be dealt with slower. That's the way that you deal with appeals. You have the ability to be able to say, look, which are the ones we need to get dealt with first? Let's try and tackle those first. Which are the ones which are less important? Let's take a bit longer over those, just in terms of the resources that go into them. I heard several of you say that we've got a housing crisis. Yep. And that somehow whatever vote we make today will make a difference to that. And yet the fast bits, the ISPP bits, should be all the bits that actually are about the intensification parts, because that's what that is all about. So those bits will race through the process under the ISPP bit. In terms of specific things that people mentioned, in terms of some of those issues which sit alongside of that, the design guides are sitting in the ISPP process. I guess the question is which things you see are pertinent to the design guides, and I would suggest that if you are building a building which goes through the intensification process, through the ISPP process, then the design of that becomes pretty pertinent. If you're building a standard house out in the wider suburbs, probably not. In terms of specific things that people said, Councillor Pannett, I agree with you around the checks on executive power and balance and the role of the judiciary. Councillor Paul, you mentioned a couple of, in fact, the Basin Reserve came up twice, I think, but that was a designation process rather than an effectively designation sitting behind a resource consent. And likewise, I suspect the issues you raised around iwi cases were probably resource consents rather than there were plan changes, but I may be wrong on that one. Councillor Condi, yeah, look, regardless of who caused housing crises, etc., and I would say there's a failure. At least local government tries to plan long term. That's something you can never accuse central government of doing. But we were always intending through this district plan to intensify along major transport routes, around major suburban centres, and in the central city. That was always our intention. It's just that the government's changes through the MPS, the government's changes now through legislation, have come over the top of that. That was always our direction. It was reinforcing the long-term direction that the city's had for many years. You also mentioned SNAs in the current form wouldn't be. Have to go and have a look at exactly which bits officers suggesting under SNAs are in the fast track bit and which bits aren't. But it looks to me as though at least a good chunk of them are in the fast track bit. So I think obviously we have to give some thought to that, and that's clearly a contentious area. Councillor Matthews, you mentioned the private sector wouldn't do it this way. Well, of course they wouldn't. They're not usually democratic, and I was actually quite surprised you used the private sector as our model. So I'm going to see whether you're going to do that on other occasions when it comes to other discussions that we have. Councillor Fitzsimons, look, I agree with you that central government has been saying to local government do things to fix the problem. On the other hand, there's things that they can do, which, it'd be kind of nice if they fixed the Building Act. So the Building Act wasn't such a liability for local government. these are the kind of things which we actually do go and ask them about. It would be kind of nice. We've asked them, I don't know how many times, if they could help us to free up, for example, the disposal of road reserve, which would add in this city would add up 600 hectares of extra land which could be built on, or potentially some of which could be built on. So there are things central government could do to help us, but when we ask, they tend not to. And Councillor Day, collective versus individual. I guess the thing I see here is actually a whole lot of communities are actually saying, we have plans, we would like to work together to have plans, but you're not allowing us to do so. That's community placemaking. And I guess, look, we will have different views of those things, but I'm seeing this as being what the community is asking us for, to be able to have a say in shaping their city, and that's why I've moved the motion as I have moved it. I think I will leave it there, and we'll move to the vote. Do people want any parts of it taken separately?
Could we just
Connie, is that a yes?
I'd like to take. Let's just take each part separately.
Okay. Well, we'll certainly need to take receiving information first. And look, in that light too, I could say thank you, officers, for the huge amount of work that's gone in here, because that's the information we've received. So, okay, we'll take one first.
So, could we have it up? Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
So clause 1 has carried unanimously, 14 votes in favour.
Okay, thank you. Clause 2.
So for clause 2, that's 7 votes in favour, 7 against. Mayor, you have casting vote.
Yeah, I figured that was going to be the case. I will cast in favour. And clause 3. It looks like the same.
Yes, 7 votes in favour, 7 against.
I'll cast in favour again.
So that has carried.
Okay, councillors, thank you, and thank you, officers, on that one. Item 3.5, Forward Programme. Mr. MacArthur, is there anything you wanted to say on that one?
No, Mayor, I think it's pretty straightforward.
Cool. Any questions? I see none. I will move, seconded by Deputy Mayor. We can vote, please.
That's 14
Pass.
votes in favour, carried unanimously.
Thank you. Okay, actions tracking. Again, Mr. MacArthur, is there anything you wanted to say there?
No, I think the report speaks for itself.
Thank you. Any questions, councillors? I see none.
Foster, sorry, I'm flicking between my diligent and it keeps logging me out, and then I've got to go back in.
Okay.
Sorry, I don't know if
I can understand that. Yes, if you don't see that, if you don't use it for a few minutes, then it does log you out.
Yeah, sorry.
That's okay. Is there anything you wanted to raise?
I'm just looking back at my notes. The access to community venues. Sorry, that's just.
Which page you on?
That might have been the last paper. Sorry, it's just where. Oh, that's right. Yes, there was actually. What was that about?
Sorry, which page are you on?
So page 81.
That was
the progress
item,
on that one.
Yeah, that's been a little delayed because of staff availability, but that work has been commissioned.
Okay. The community consultation on 3 waters, it says it's in progress or process. What does that mean?
Is Siobhan online?
Yes, I am. What was that in reference to?
It's on page 82. It just said that it was in process, and I didn't understand what that meant.
So we have to make a decision on whether we consult with the community on Three Waters Reform as part of our submission to, or council's submission to the select committee process.
We did resolve, Siobhan, to do consultation, so that's why I was confused about what it meant to be in process.
Oh, so
there's a recommendation.
In process of development.
So
that consultation.
Yeah, so I just want it to be accurate, and to have some reassurance that we will have consultation.
I'm not sure if Barbara, you're online. I'm not sure whether there's an updated position in terms of the consultation process being undertaken by central government on Three Waters reform, and whether that has any implications for this.
I'm sorry, Stephen, I can't actually see the item you're speaking to.
It's in the actions register, and it relates back to an earlier decision of council on consulting on the Three Waters reform.
Yeah, look, I think it seems to indicate that as once we know the shape of the reform, once we've got some more information from government, which of course we haven't got yet.
No.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, so we are still awaiting advice on next steps, and that is not entirely clear to us yet.
Okay, that's fine, just as long as that's done. And then the last one, so Councillor Paul and my amendment around the chief affairs on PT says it's complete, but I don't think Baz, Tam and I have had a chance to talk about how we can help the trial. So I just think it should be in process. Baz, sorry, what was your view?
Yeah, sorry, I did send you an email. So we've had one conversation with Greater Wellington Regional Council. We're getting a bit of a better idea in terms of what the trial looked like from their perspective, in terms of what they want to get out of it. Of course, since that time, central government's also come through and made discounted fares starting very shortly. And so we're just having another conversation with Greater Wellington Regional Council, and then we'll come back to you.
Is it all right if that's just put in process then, just for accuracy?
Sure.
The office is able to change that.
That's fine.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Councillor Rush.
Yeah, thanks. I'm assuming this is, I'm not sure for who, but that these action items will roll over into the next triennium. There's no goal to, meet them all and have them all done by the election in October, or is that what we're trying to do? Because we're better shake a leg, I suppose.
No, I think I was just going to say it really depends on the particular action and how long it will take. But obviously we're working as fast as we can on the ones that we can, but we were waiting on other actions of other agencies, of course, that'll influence the time frame.
Yeah. Okay, thanks.
Okay, thank you. Right, I'll put the recommendations. Seconded by Councillor Rush. Your vote, please.
That's 14 votes in favour, carried unanimously.
Thank you. Okay, cool. That takes us on to reports from committees. First one of which, 4.1, is Development Contributions Policy Report Back and Consultation, final version for approval. Baz, is there anything you want to say in introducing that?
I can do, although I will let Councillor Calvert obviously introduce it as well. So this went straight through to council. Subsequent to that, we've had a number of discussions in terms of the questions that were asked but not fully answered at committee. We've resolved those. Those are now have been sent to all councillors, so they were in the question and answer pack that went to all councillors. And so really the report's in front of you for adoption.
Thank you. Are there any questions of Baz? Side of mine. Baz, can I just ask one question? Thank you for including some wording there as an additional note. Were you intending to include in there a note around the policy being further reviewed in time for the 2024 LTP, and at that time we pick up the issue around inner city reserves?
Yeah, we're happy for that to be included. So what we want to do, and ideally what we want to do is we want to run it concurrent with the long-term plan process,
exactly,
rather than after a long-term plan process. So that's our intent.
Okay.
And we can pick that up as an editorial license if you like.
Yeah. So you're happy with a note that says note that the policy will be further reviewed in time for the 2024 LTP, and at that time, inner city reserves will be fully included.
Yep. Happy with that.
Cool. Brilliant. Okay. Any other questions? No. Thank you. Councillor Calvert, do you wish to introduce the paper?
Yes, thank you. And there's two parts to this. First up is about the development contributions policy. Second one is around the regional stadium COVID support.
Oh no, we'll just do the DC one. Yeah.
And just in terms of the development contributions, this came to Finance and Performance a couple of weeks ago. There were some questions which we agreed that with officers, the mayor and myself, we would go away and discuss and clarify some of those aspects, which you will see in the amended substantive, which is up there on the screen. And as the mayor commented, is that this work will be done in time for the next long-term plan, which ties it in together. We had good feedback from through the consultation process, and we did specifically target those larger developers in particular, because this is where they really feel is in terms of development contributions. So I know from the last Finance and Performance meeting there were no other concerns expressed. So I will move this, the motion that was on the screen just before. It's not in your papers in the amended version. Thank you, Heidi. And Councillor Foon, would you like to second?
I wonder if the mayor would like to second this.
Okay,
one.
yep, good idea.
Yeah, thank you.
Yep. Would you like to second me?
Just hang on, I've got to just see the yeah, look, I'm happy to do that. That's cool. That's fine.
That's it.
I don't wish to say anything else other than just to say thank you, officers, for the forbearance around this, and likewise to you, councillors, for your forbearance around that. As you know, that I specifically, when including the a 30-year program of inner city reserve acquisition in the LTP, something that's been asked for by our community for a long time, I specifically said the reason for doing that was in part, well, A, to provide surety, but in part also to be able to collect any growth-related charges against that. And so it was a little frustrating not to see it in there. So at least want to send a clear signal that that is going to be included in a future review of the DC policy. So thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak? No? Do you want to write a reply, Councillor Calvert?
No.
No. Okay, well, let's vote then.
It's 14 votes in favour, carried unanimously.
Thank you. Okay, Councillor Calvert, you're on again. Stadium.
Okay, and that's the stadium. Look, we've since we made this decision, we've had good news that we're opening up again, and this will hopefully alleviate a number of our CCO's revenue and activities. But in the meantime, we are suggesting approving of a one-off $1.5 million grant to the Regional Stadium Trust, and for us to increase our current operational budget by that amount for this financial year. So I think that's really all I needed to say about that. I'm not sure who, Councillor Foon, or would you like to second?
Yes, unless Councillor Rush would like to. No, he's already voted.
I think Councillor Rush may have a bit of a conflict.
I think Councillor Rush, you probably ought to be conflicted on this one. It's up to you. but I would be if
I will happily second.
Yeah, I think seconding would be good, but I just not voting's fine, but I think seconding would be.
Do you wish to speak, Councillor Foon?
No, I'm fine with this. Thank you.
Okay. Does anyone else wish to speak? Look, I see people voting already, but I would like to say just 2 or 3.
I wanted to say something.
I think if you conflicted Councillor Rush, you shouldn't be speaking either.
Well,
so it's your call.
Well, my conflict of interest has been declared. Just wanted to say that I had a meeting with the Board of Trustees on Friday, a quarterly meeting, and the sentiment from the board and from the staff was very grateful for the support that's been shown by both City Council and Greater Wellington. So just wanted to pass that on, that the team are raring to go, and they feel loved and supported by the people around this table and the community, and that's a great feeling to have. Cheers.
Great. Look, thank you, Councillor Rush. But I just did want to say 2 things, if I can. The first one of them is to reflect exactly on that, which is we have a tremendous team across our whole CCO family. The stadium team have done a fantastic job in the most difficult of circumstances. They've been able to run 3 events in this entire year with crowds until the most recent one. We actually finally got the 4th one, I suppose, with the Hurricanes, with less than 1,000 people allowed in the venue. But now we can open up and we can see more people actually going into the venue, which would be absolutely fantastic. And Shane and team do a wonderful job, and likewise, Councillor Rush, you and the board did a great job. And just the other thing to say is that this is just one of those areas. It just shows the real costs of COVID to the community, and in this case to the council. And we've had to support most of our CCOs in one way or other financially, which we wouldn't have had to do otherwise. And those are all direct COVID costs, and they do flow through to our the costs that unfortunately we have to impose upon our ratepayers. But I'm delighted to support this. Councillor Calvert.
No right of reply, thanks.
Cool, it's fine.
I will abstain on this one, Hayley.
That's very wise.
Just wanted to talk, you know me.
Yeah, probably shouldn't have done, but it was a nice thing. So it's almost like a public participant.
It's 13 votes in favour, carried unanimously.
Thank you. Councillor Calvert, you're on again. Performance report Q2.
Yeah, thank you. And just following on from our previous vote, this is again just enabling some budget changes for this current financial year. First one is around WOW, again impacted by COVID, and this was support for them to give them the surety to be able to carry on. So this payment has been made. And then the other 2, one is for the Botanic Gardens, and then the third one is the increase in capex budget for the suburban centre upgrades, and that's essentially to pay for the Corey Town Centre, because as we know, costs have escalated, in particular over the last couple of years, since the plans were first developed back in around 2020, I believe, 2019, 2020. So and that's enabling that work to get underway next month. So I look forward to your support. And
seconded by Councillor Foon by the looks of it. Cool. Do you wish to speak, Councillor Foon?
No, I think Councillor Calvert has done an excellent summary. Thank you.
Excellent. Very good. Anyone else wish to speak? I see nobody. Okay, let's vote.
It's 14 votes in favour, carried unanimously.
Thank you. Councillor Rush, report of the Infrastructure Committee meeting 23rd of March, disposal of part of 39 Chapman Street. Oh, sorry, hang on, I should have actually asked Siobhan, is there anything you needed to say? Doesn't look like it's been through committee. It's been through committee anyway. So, Councillor Rush, do you want to introduce the paper? Oh, sorry. First of all, does anybody have any questions? I see none. Councillor Rush, over to you.
Right, I suggest we take this paper as read. It was discussed a couple of weeks ago, and I think we all agreed unanimously it was a good idea. So I move the paper, look for a seconder.
Okay, looking for a seconder.
Councillor
Thanks,
Conde.
Councillor Conde. Yep. Okay, do you wish to speak? No? Okay. Anybody else wish to speak? Can't see anyone with hands up. No? Okay, let's vote.
It's 14 votes in favour, carried unanimously.
Okay. Councillors, thank you all. Thank you all for the way in which you've conducted the meeting. It's been very collaborative, and we've managed to disagree politely, and I think that is a very constructive thing. And we've agreed politely too, which is even more constructive. I will close with the final karakia. Unuhia, unuhia, unuhia ki te uru tapanui. Kia wātia, kia mama, te nākau, te tinana, te wairua. E te ara takatu, koe rā e rongo, whakaria aki ki ronga. Kia wātia, ai rā, ko wātia. Thank you all councillors, thank you all officers, and thank you all anybody who is listening to us, and go and enjoy the rest of the day.
Thanks, Andy. Appreciate it. Thanks, officers.
I'm going for a ride on Transmission Gully.
Good for you. It looks good.
Oh God, please don't.
You want to come?